show here. It was a bunch of like there was there was an Iron Maiden cover band called Power Clown, who I think half of them are in prison now. There was a Sex Pistols cover band called Fuck Guns, which was pretty funny. What else was there? It was just like a whole bunch of different like themed cover bands that were all themed after clowns, but their Fuck Guns was particularly amusing. Yeah, anyway, it was a while ago. I'm like trying to like rack my brain to think of the other two bands that was there, because there was 4 bands. Can't remember the other 2. It might have just been like normal local bands. But it's enough of me rattling off about random ass metal bands. Let's play some Dwarfs, shall we? So this is a mega project that I've been working on for a little bit, and we made some great progress on yesterday because we played for like 10 fucking hours yesterday. But this is a giant glass pyramid with a bunch of towers in it that I'm constructing. At the bottom of the pyramid is lava and these walkways. So this is as far as we've gotten, but hopefully the construction will go quicker as time goes on, because it goes all the way up to here, and that's all that we've done so far. So this is the power that powers the thing. The issue that we had yesterday was we had a troll get onto this layer and just run around and start breaking the beams, which was a problem. So we need to like seal the beams off. Seal the beams, which will be interesting. The way it works is we have these pumps that pump the lava up from the base layer down here all the way up to the top of the towers, and then around the edges of the towers are glass floodgates with Gabbro mechanisms so that they're all completely lava-proof, and then it dumps the lava down onto these walkways after I remove the drawbridges. Any questions? Also, if anybody wants a dwarf, let me know. We got tons. The named dwarfs in this fort are, if I scroll down here, Snail, Deadliest, Lamond, Phoenix the dwarf, Pablo, Time and Raff, Alden, Goats, Farana, Goldpoke, Soulshinery. And if you hear your name called, shout and I can read your dwarf's description. Onyx, Ayer, Sanic, Animal, Bastet, Audio, Aquafunkalistic Bootywab, Wendigo, Space Pirate, Tapioke, Hex Wrench, Curses, Rolf, Rory, Footloose, who got a foot hacked off by, ripped off by a Cyclops, Nortram, Nanobuilt, and Trevor in VR, General Grub, Gem Cutter, who killed a Forgotten Beast, made out of gems, and let's check in on Footloose. How's Footloose doing? Name one of them Arnold, please. Oh, I see, because you're T2. Only if I also mark down that it's you, so that I know whose dwarf it is. Hoppy has become a scholar. Well, I mean, Hoppy. Footloose, yes. We made Footloose into a scholar. Seems to be quite interested after learning about stuff. I wish to make something. It isn't boring. Doesn't feel anything after being unable to make a craft for too long. Well, is a bit pessimistic after pondering diseases and resentful after getting into an argument. Pessimistic after pondering... Very, very much a pessimistic scholar, and wants to craft a masterwork someday. But, you know, honestly, I think Footy is doing all right. What are you doing up here, Footy? Are you trying to build stuff? Stab it. Close those off. Can has dwarf? Sure, Raz can has dwarf too. But first I need to name a dwarf T2. Let's go with Katan, the militia captain. He is uneasy after being unable to pray to Ral for too long. I must pray to Ral. I am uneasy. 50 years old, born on the 2nd of Granite in the year 206. Short and obese, medium-length sideburns that are neatly combed, a very long mustache that is arranged in double braids, and a very long beard that is arranged in double braids. His very short hair is neatly combed, and he has a round chin. His head is extremely narrow, and his eyelashes are quite long. His eyebrows are somewhat high, and his hair is pale chestnut. His skin is brown, and his eyes are gold. His slightly hooked nose is somewhat narrow. T2U2. T2U2! Arnold likes mica, sterling silver, jasper opal, rope reed fabric, the color violet, emperor penguins for their wattling, and waddling gait. You like emperor penguins for their waddling gait. And when possible, prefers to consume peach cider and absolutely hates moon snails. I wonder if you like them for their happy feet. Personally values good craftsmanship and believes it is important to conceal emotions or refrain from complaining. Left foot prosthetic. Unfortunately, prosthetics don't exist in Dwarf 4. Dreams of mastering a skill, and this dream was realized. He is very slow to anger and often finds himself changing his mind to agree with somebody else. He can be very single-minded, and he has an active sense of humor. Does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity and often feels lustful. Tends to be swayed by the emotional appeals and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. And he doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and often acts with compassion, and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. And he is assertive and does not go out of his way to help others, and likes a little excitement now and again, and scratches his ear when he's thinking. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Next dwarf is Raz. Raz, do you have any preference on dwarf or type of dwarf? Nah? Okay. I will close my eyes and hold the up arrow for a while until it starts to loop, and then I will just sit here and go, okay, it's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go, Den. Go, Den. Raz. No dwarves are useless. Unremarkable, so plenty, but feels satisfied at work and doesn't feel anything after being unable to practice martial art for too long. You want to practice martial art? Actively avoids exciting or stressful situations. But you want to practice a martial art. What? Anyway, 57 years old, worships Ral, same as the last dwarf. Of course, the deity of wealth. You're really good friends with Tapioca. And you're friends with Yushrir. And you've got quite a few friends. You're a pretty good dwarf. You got more friends than I do. More real-life friends, anyway. I know plenty of people through the internet, but... his sideburns are clean-shaven, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long beard is arranged in double braids, and his medium-length hair is neatly combed. He has a very broad, round chin, and his nose is extremely narrow. His somewhat short, flattened ears are extremely narrow, and his slightly thin-irised gold eyes are somewhat narrow. His hair is pale chestnut, and his skin is sepia. 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 He likes schist, silver, tiger iron, sheep's wool, shields, gloves, and moths for their coloration. I also love moths. Moths are cool. And the sight of the amethyst sheen, and when possible, prefers to consume giant tortoise and yak cheese and raspberry wine. Ooh. And absolutely hates hamsters. He personally hates those who wield power over others and dreams of creating a great work of art and actively avoids exciting or stressful situations. And he has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, tends to not reveal personal information, and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he tends to think before acting. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and he occasionally overindulges. He likes to take it easy, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He whispers when he's... where was I? He whispers when he's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the work... And he whispers when he's nervous, and when he's thinking, his body becomes very still. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. There we go. So Haas would like to Haas a dwarf. Haas, do you have any preference in which dwarf you can Haas? Za. What a hamster has done to offend you that you hate them collectively? They can outdrink you. Don't get a hamster. I would almost argue, yeah, they're pretty disagreeable little critters. Although Pink Fluffy Llama would be very disappointed to hear you say that, Frog. Pink Fluffy Llama loves hamsters. But probably because they can outdrink a dwarf. Dwarf number 34. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. Inuel, the stoneworker, who is drinking water. I'm not even out of booze. I guess we're pretty low on booze. Hold up. Why are you drinking water? Maybe actually I wonder if my tavern is too far away from the construction site. Might be part of it. I'm also pretty sure I just straight up need, like, Dwarf that is doing nothing but brewing booze. So I'm actually gonna do that. Autumn, you now have a new full-time gig. It's literally just brewing and plant gathering. All right, You're annoyed when drinking water without a well. I'm sorry. I need more. I'm so worried. Well, you're married to Goldpoke. You like the muddy taste? Yeah, clearly. You're married to Goldpoke, and you are a worshiper of Datan. He is 79 years old, born on the 13th of Malachite in the year 177. His hair is wavy, and his very short sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is neatly combed, and his very long beard is neatly combed. His very long hair is braided, and his nose bridge is incredibly concave. He has a very round chin, and his head is tall. His somewhat high eyebrows are short, and his slightly thin irised gold eyes are somewhat narrow. His hair is pale chestnut, and his skin is dark brown. He likes lignite, nickel silver, moonstone, crystal glass, and great horned owl leather. Water buffalo horn, and linen fabric, and rope reed paper. Crowns and goblets and lions for their roars. And when possible, prefers to consume crundle and radish wine, and absolutely hates fire snakes. You worship Datan, who is a deity of mountains. Takes the form of a lady dwarf. Hello, Trizuka. How's things? It's been a minute. Personally finds the acquisition of power over others abhorrent and would have all masters toppled. Damn right. Fuck the power. Is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting. Finds romance distasteful and doesn't respect a society that has settled into harmony without debate and strife. After being forced to endure the decay of a friend. I'm sorry. Sees introspection as important and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. And dreams of mastering a skill. Is a nervous wreck after being forced to endure the decay of a friend. Is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. And is very friendly and always tries to say nice things to others. And is conflicted by this, as he would ideally prefer strife in his life.
Hi, Blind. Do you think it will be possible to port your old forts in the new Steam version?
First off, I just have to say thanks for the 3 months, and thank you very much for the first notification of money of the stream. So thanks for being the first person today to resub, or prime sub, or any of that. No. So the issue is there's some pretty big mechanical changes happening. We've had this very, 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 very long streak of compatibility. It's like something like basically forts from like 2014, 2015 still work in the current versions. And they are changing how a lot of jobs work. They're changing how a lot of skills work. They're changing and completely rebalancing certain elements of the game. So, no. Like, as an example, like just an obvious one, mason shops are going away. They're being replaced by the stonecutters shops. Masons as a job can continue to exist, I think. But stonecutters are what it's being replaced with, and like a lot of these stone-based crafts are being moved to these stonecutters shops. I'm really curious to see how that stuff's gonna look. But long story short, no. Unfortunately. But yeah, that is the thing though, that's the wrinkle, is it's possible that someone might make a tool to be able to port saves, but unlikely. I wouldn't worry about it. I'm not going to even bother. Even if someone makes a tool. Although I might port Long Death just to look at it at some point. He is very friendly and always tries to say nice things, and is conflicted by this by his nature, since he would ideally generally seek retribution. He cracks easily under pressure and generally and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. Thanks for the dollar, Irish stupid. And he tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He's a little wasteful when working on projects, and he likes to make a small mess with his own possessions. Thank you so much, Woot Woot, for gifting 3 months of sub to Hazaza. Hazaza, enjoy the 3 months of subscription. Courtesy of Woot Woot. Appreciate you. He tends to consider whether something owned possessions can often act without deliberation, and likes a little excitement now and again. It's very rigid, and when he's angry, he needs alcohol to get through the working day. You like lions for their roars. All right, well, let's do that. Let's make one other, like, just brewing specific dwarf, because I need to redo my kitchens anyway. Because currently they're just, like, crammed in with other jobs, and we need to fix this. Crypt beer, indeed, yes. We're also only 7 subs away from me having to gift a sub. Just saying. But yeah, no, what was I babbling about? Yeah, as far as saves go, like this is the first time that saves have been broken in such a long time that it's just like just kind of is the way of things, you know? What tile set are you using? Exclamation point tile set. It was made by Krug Smash, and it's technically his tile set, but I've simply modified it to look different. I have 2 different versions of it. There's this one, and then there's the one that's linked there. The one that's linked there has slightly different walls and slightly different floors. But that's about it. Everything else is pretty much the same. And let's make a bunch of clothes shops. I just like it because it's a nice, nifty little balance between ASCII, which I really like, and graphics, which people who don't play the game really like, so, or people who play the game casually really like, so it's kind of just, it's a nice middle ground between what I want and what other people want, so, at least until premium releases, at which point I will just be, you know, I will just be playing premium when premium releases. It's going to be quite the clothing industry. That one is awesome. And there we go. That'll be a hell of a clothing industry. But thank you very much for the little train, guys. Appreciate you guys keeping this weird channel funded. Dog was found dead. Well, that's a shame. Well, I think for me, it's less the ASCII and more the colors. Like, to me, ASCII's fine as long as the colors are clear. And, like, this is just default ASCII, right? This is perfectly usable to me. But the default colors are the thing that I always had issue with. A lamb was found dead? Was there nothing for them to graze on down here? I guess so. Huh. Weird. Anyway, yeah, no, this has always been perfectly fine to me, in my opinion. But it's the colors, not the graphics for me. Yeah, it's kind of same issue here. It's like the default colors kind of give me a weird, like, achy head feel, and it's unpleasant. Also, we dug this corpse pile down here. I've discovered why my frame rate was getting low, by the way. This is a fortress that suffers from a very serious mussel shell infestation. So we're going to have to deal with that. And make sure that I keep those mussel shells from becoming a problem. It's a bit hard to see at times, yeah. Chat, can I get a round of beers for everybody who took part in that little hype train? Thanks for keeping this channel funded, guys. Suspended the construction of clother shop. I bet you that's because there was another dwarf standing on the clother shop at the time of suspension. Guarantee you that's what it is. So, today's plan is to renovate kitchens, work on this library, and hopefully finish this thing. Something that I really need to do is we need to build up the walls around the edges of this while we're at it, because the problem that we currently are having is goblins get flung off of those drawbridges and then they land on top of this, which is, you know, kind of something I expected to happen, but something that we need to work on. So once we're kind of finished with the outer walls, we then need to figure out some sort of scaffolding thing or make these into towers or do something, build multiple floors on top of them and block off the ways to the surface for these critters, because that is becoming a bit of an issue. But, you know, it's kind of, it's all just gravy at this point. We've been sieged several times by the goblins, but it's been a couple of years since the last siege. So maybe it's also will be time at some point today to go poke them and bring them to us. I just want this to be as defendable as possible, as quickly as possible before they get to us. So we're just going to try and finish the majority of like the preventative measures for this thing before they get to us. So that is the plan for the day and what we're going to be working on. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Also making lots more glass blocks. Trying to trade with the dwarves, maybe try and become the mountain home. Make space for a king, you know, as you do. But yeah, finally got that Future of the Fortress video up last night. A couple interesting tidbits in there, especially about music. And also, I'm pretty sure it's confirmed now that the intro movie is not going to exist in Premium and is only going to exist in Classic. So I guess that's even more reason for me to keep the intro movie for Dwarf Fortress in my YouTube videos. Because I'm a big fan of that intro movie, and I'm going to be sad not seeing it every time I launch the game anymore. Unless they have, like, some weird surprise for us, which who knows, maybe they will. Maybe they will. I don't know how many of you guys are, like, weirdly attached to the intro movie, but I know that I am. The little ASCII animation. It's one of my favorite little ASCII animations, actually. It's, like, up there with the Star Wars ASCII version. But yeah, I think Kit Fox is super happy. Also, something that I've noticed is it's getting a couple thousand followers on the Steam page per day, which is kind of cool. It's gone up from 110,000 followers up to 115,000 followers. So that's neat. Follower count is rising. Perhaps a new updated intro movie. Yeah, maybe they've got something to surprise us with. But according to the Future of the Fortress stuff, it's currently just set to live on in ASCII. That's the current plan. Is that the intro movie will live on in ASCII? Wow, that's a lot of bits and pieces. We throw shells into the lava. Placing an item in tomb. Oh, we're burying a dog. I do know that the last time Tarn talked about the intro movie, he did state pretty bluntly that he doesn't have the ability in the engine to run a recorded video. So essentially, like, the game has the ability to run, what's the word I'm looking for here? The game has the ability to run in-engine video, but it doesn't have the ability to run another video. You know, I remember seeing a bunch of screenshots flying around Hasaza that there's a scene in Rings of Power that's very, 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 very Dwarf Fortress intro-y, where, like, they look through, like, basically just a blue-lined area and go, huh? And I, like, hit the thing with a pick a couple times beforehand, and I had a bunch of people being like, is this a Dwarf Fortress reference? But I don't know if it necessarily is. So... Although I would be super down for a live-action roleplay group to put together an unofficial live-action Dwarf Fortress intro. I'd be super down. Would it be to have a launcher that plays the video and then launches the game executable? Oh, probably, yeah. But, you know, who knows? I don't know. I'm sure Tarn has, like, looked at the options, but... And I'm sure that there's cheaty ways to do it, but if that's even cheating, I don't know if I necessarily consider that cheating. Get rid of those because we got so many clothing shops down here. And let's do clothing. Let's do 60 cloth dresses. Because I've been processing plants for a while. So I definitely have enough to do all this, I think. Let's just jump straight to trousers. Let's do caps, silk hoods, and let's do silk socks, and leather. Ew. And this should be pretty glorious, I think. I'm actually kind of curious about how many clothes makers I have. This was the one that got suspended. Let's unsuspend that. Because I actually don't know how many clothes makers I have. Guess we'll find out. These dwarves are all still working on construction. But yeah, I'm sure that there's cheat ways of doing it. The thing that I'm hopeful for is I just really hope that Zach and Tarn are able to get I just really hope that they're able to get Steam Workshop stuff in. There was, like, I don't consider this a negative comment, but there was one person who's just like on the YouTube comments who's just like basically saying, why the fuck is Steam Workshop such a important thing? They should be working on Linux. And I didn't actually respond to that comment, but all I have to, like, communicate to that person through the ether is that, hey, listen, I know Linux is important, and I know there's a lot of people who care about Linux. But there's a lot more people on Steam who care about the workshop and good workshop support than care about Linux, and that's just going to be the way of things for all eternity. And unfortunately, you're just going to have to suck it up and deal with it. Because when it comes to current video games and people who play video games in the current year, it is much more important to have functioning Steam Workshop support than it is to have functioning Linux support. I'm sorry. Padinsky, Steam Workshop support is going to be very nice. Are you going to take your Skyrim modding mod pack maker fame and translate that into Dwarf Fortress mod pack making fame? For those of you who don't know Padinsky, friend of the show. Cat has been found dead. But go give Padinsky a follow if you haven't already. He's going to be streaming Dwarf Fortress in 4 weeks, 4 days, 20 hours, 17 minutes, and 50 seconds. Approximately. Well, maybe actually, probably more like 4 weeks, 4 days, 28 hours and 17 minutes, because you normally stream later in the day because you'd be at work at that time, I think. You're welcome. Yeah, go click that follow button. long as people make mods for DF, then sure, people will absolutely be making mods for DF. I mean, people already make mods for DF. They're just hard as fuck to find. And half the mods, like, that get made for DF, like, don't even make it onto the Dwarf Fortress database. Like, there's so many mods for Dwarf Fortress that just never see the light of day because the creators just don't post them. It's just kind of a shame. But it also kind of makes sense because, like, people who make mods for Dwarf Fortress currently make mods for Dwarf Fortress because they want them for themselves. They don't necessarily make mods for Dwarf Fortress because they want, like, you know, fame and fortune, right? There are people who make mods for games like Stalker and Minecraft and Skyrim because they want to gain notoriety because there's such a big community around that. But with Dwarf Fortress, it's like, yeah, there's a community, and there's people that are interested in it, but, like, you know, the person who modded Pokemon into Dwarf Fortress just wanted Pokemon in Dwarf Fortress. They didn't mod Pokemon into Dwarf Fortress because they expected a lot of people to play the mod, you know? The person who made Long Night, as far as I can tell, largely just made it to prove that they could do it. And that's it. And it never really got widely tested or anything, just because, like, just wanted to prove that they could do it. Speaking of mods, I hope get a port to premium. I really hope that Long Night gets a port to premium, because that would get a lot of downloads. Especially if it came with a full tile set, too. Oh my god. Could you imagine a Long Night mod overhaul with a full tile set? Someone should just, like, take CUD lore and make a CUD mod for Dwarf Fort. That's something I really want. I really want to see that. One day. We're burying a dead cat in a tomb. Besides the utilities that come with LNP. Really? I'll say this. The Mushroom Kingdom mod is great. Because there's something awesome about the weird ultra-violence of Dwarf Fortress combined with, like, Yoshis. Or various other things. Alright, yeah, we need more clothers. It's an easy craft to give to people, so let's give a couple people clothes making. Not strand extracting, clothes making. You can also have clothes making. Dwarves always want crafts, so give you clothes making. Give you clothes making. Give you clothes making. And leatherworking, why not? Oh, I think I know what the problem is with the food stuff. Pretty sure I just don't have anywhere to put it. Let's just dig out an area right here. This will be a big old food stockpile. Because I'm quite certain that's the issue. Heroes of Might and Magic mod? Ooh. I know there's someone who's pretty active on the Discord and on the forums who's working on a cannons and explosions mod. I've seen some early footage of, like, the cannons being tested. That one seems neat. It's like just shoot giant balls of fire. You need iron and you need to, like, manufacture gunpowder, and you use balls of metal or glass. But iron cast cannons seem kind of neat. Little wooden stands. They work like siege equipment. Seems cool. Although I haven't played enough Heroes of Might and Magic to even know what that would entail. What kind of things would come with a Heroes of Might and Magic mod? Or rather, I have. It's just been a really, 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 really long time. Kivish, the Hammer Lord, has bestowed the name Umrinanar Thol Irid upon a bronze shield. Too much. Well, I mean, then you'd have to pick and choose the stuff that would fit, right? It was H. Oh, okay. I was gonna say it was hentai. What? Heroes of Might and Magic 3. Yeah, I think that's the one that people played the most. That a lot of people have the most nostalgia for. Also gonna make some more farm plots. Which was great. I played Heroes of Might and Magic 3, Age of Wonders, which we actually preferred over Heroes of Might and Magic for some reason. And Civilization 2, 3, and 4 with a group of friends. And when I was really little. I haven't seen any of these guys in, like, since I was maybe 14, 15, I think was, like, the last time I saw any of them. So basically from, like, the age of about 8 until about 14, there were these 4 guys that I hung out with. Scott and Jeff, who were brothers, a guy named Jared, and a guy named William. And actually, was it William? No, Steven. There was a William who hung out with us briefly, but it was mostly Steven. Anyway, it was the 5 of us. And so we would play. And the reason we would have Heroes of Might and Magic was because we had an N64, right? And we'd play Smash Brothers. And we would just sit there and we'd play Smash Brothers. Ooh. And when it was, when a round would end, whoever's turn it was would go and then do their turn on the turn-based game we were playing on the PC. So you'd play Smash Brothers, and it was a really good way to, like, have everybody entertained and playing a game, and then one person would go off and take their turn in the other room, so no one would, like, be staring over their shoulders being like, what are you doing? So you'd go off and you'd take your turn in Heroes of Might and Magic, and then you'd go back over and we'd sit back down and we'd go back to playing Smash Brothers. It was a really good time. Lots of fond memories of that. The Forgotten Beast, Rufithi, has come. A towering eyeless theropod. It has a knobby trunk, and it is slavering. Its buff feathers are fluffed out. Beware its deadly dust. All right, theropod, hey? Fluffy. Yes, a very fluffy beast. We're just going to send the squads to go smack it and hope for the best. Shouldn't be too bad. We must hug, you must pets. Also, Kodiak, based on the patron thingy, you should have access to the annoy me commands. Exclamation point, annoy me. And hope you're doing well. I do owe you a custom sound command, though. So if you know what you want, let me know. Theropod runs over. But yeah, no, it's good memories. Some of my fondest memories, actually, of video games when I was a little kid was playing games at that house. Theremin pod, very different thing. Got to think about it. Yeah, the only request that I have is it like can't trip up content ID. So I usually recommend movie quotes. The dwarf that's coming in first is T2 Arnold. Dives into the deadly dust. Gets thrown backwards. Slams against a wall. I see blood. The captain who's Arnold, stabs the Forgotten Beast in the leg with a steel short sword, tearing the muscle. Well, that's off to a good start. They seem to be caught in the deadly dust, though. The militia captain also bit him in the leg. Good for you. Literally, like, the fight starts off. Throws out a cloud. Militia captain just bites it. What do you have to say for yourself after biting this theropod? Bit him and stabbed him. Doesn't have anything to say for himself. What if we examine your mind? This is a fight I must press on. You are annoyed after choking on dust, though. Probably should keep your mouth shut and quit biting it. It's got to be submerged in lava. I mean, we could maybe arrange that. Holy shit. Was it the wrestler that did that? The wrestler strikes the Forgotten Beast in the right foot. Nope. Lord's Dwarf is okay. Hammer Dwarf? Hammer Dwarf bashes the Forgotten Beast in the left foot, bruising the fat. Hacks the Forgotten Beast in the lower arm. Hacks the Forgotten Beast in the upper body. Militia Commander slashes the Forgotten Beast in the foot with the short sword, fracturing the bone. Slashes the Forgotten Beast. Oh, wow, okay. So the militia captain, aka T2 Arnold, slashes the Forgotten Beast in the teeth with his steel short sword. And the severed part sails off in an arc. In the teeth. Not a specific tooth. Stabbed him in the mouth. And I'm seeing a cloud of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 teeth going ricocheting out from the middle. And if I move the game forward one turn at a time, you can very clearly witness the teeth flying. The fight continues. The dust spreads. Hopefully when the dust settles, my dwarves are not dead. That's quite the cloud. Jeez. Teeth going everywhere. The critter's still alive. The Mace Dwarf is punching the Forgotten Beast in the third toe. Maybe try and hit something more vitally, yeah? Swordsmaster stabbing the Forgotten Beast in the lower arm, and a ligament has been torn. The Swordmaster Cog doesn't really have anything to say, but has been striking the Forgotten Beast in the foot with the pommel of his sword. The Mace Dwarf here is punching it. The Swords Dwarf here is caught in the Beast Extract, or Forgotten Beast Extract, yeah. The Frozen Extract. Cloud Beasts of Frozen Extract. Huh, is it like a chilling element? Interesting. Militia Captain stabbing him in the lower leg. Hammer Dwarf is just caught in a cloud, but was whacking it. Seems to be going all right. Let's let the game run. And the cloud settles, and there's what looks like blood everywhere. Seems to mostly be Forgotten Beast blood. Where'd it go? I'm not seeing it. But the squad still have the kill it job. I guess it's in this cloud right here. Oh, there it is. Holy fuck, that's a lot of teeth. It seems to be pretty damaged. I guess that's good news. So he should be a dentist now? I mean, a Forgotten Beast tooth extractor, I suppose. We're following the beast. They are fighting. It's thrashing. It's fallen down a layer. And it is dead. It appears that the last hit on the beast was by a Hammer Dwarf who bashes the Forgotten Beast in the right hand, twisting the arm. Hammer Dwarf scratches the Forgotten Beast in the mouth, tearing the skin. Looks like it just bled out, which twists the head. Yeah, it seems like the Hammer Dwarf beat it to death. It's choking on dust underground. Let's check their health. No health problems? No wounds? Okay. But, like, look at all of this blood. That is all blood. This area, it's all red, so this area is hard to see. But, like, all of this red on the walls, that is all just splatterings of its blood. Like, they thrashed it to pieces. It was just vomiting up blood. We'll have to watch the dwarves and find out. It said it was frozen extract, so I'm wondering if it's, like, a chilling element. But so far, the dwarves all seem to be fine. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. No health problems? I'm seeing miasma, which is why I'm saying uh-oh. Hmm. 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 No health problems, eh? His upper lip is rotten. They're rotting. I mean, we have soap, so... see what happens. Are they bleeding? I'm gonna turn the squads off. Yeah, they're all gonna go clean self. It's fine, I'm sure. Yeah, no, so every single bit of their bodies are rotten. Upper lip is rotten and completely swollen with blood. So they're basically just, like, turning into balloons. But they're all running... they're also, like, spewing off miasma. Uh-oh. Now you're gonna go rest. Oh, no, it's getting worse. Nano, are you gonna make it? They're all running into the hospital. I've seen this happen before. In other instances, it sucks. Okay, we've got a whole bunch of doctors coming in to diagnose patients. Got caught in miasmas. This is disgusting. This is gonna be a stinky hospital. Let's see. See somebody who's been diagnosed. Advanced rot, extreme swelling. Needs cleaning, needs surgery, lower body, neck, like basically just full body surgery. As long as they just don't pop. Yeah, pretty much. Oh. Good thing we have a... Hold up, I'm just gonna quickly make some buckets. I'm pretty sure I have plenty of buckets, but... Can I make glass buckets? No, okay. I don't think any of them have died yet, though. We've got cleaning patient jobs going out. I'm seeing a dwarf here with no job, so I'm just gonna quickly give you all the healthcare. Go help, possible. Looks like so someone was able to get the Forgotten Beast bile, is almost what I'd describe it as, off. But I don't think we've actually lost anybody. Like, nobody's actually died yet, so I guess that's a good sign. Like, I like the status. No health problems. Wounds, yes. God, that's got to cause a headache. How you doing, Rory? Let's just give you more healthcare jobs. We're literally just like recruiting more dwarves for triage. This is a solid doctor training opportunity, though. You're going in for surgery. Remove rotten tissue. Who are you even working on? Imagine working in this room. I'm curious to see if they make it, actually. For anybody who's confused about what's going on, these dwarves are all... they've basically been given leprosy by a Forgotten Beast, and so the dwarves are having to cut off all of the extra tissue. Like, this is their injuries. Upper lip is rotten, completely swollen, with blood. Like, hyper leprosy, essentially. So they're currently... cutting open and then stitching shut their wounds. Hold on, I need to check the store piles in this hospital. Well, we ran out of soap, apparently. On the bright side, we do have plenty of cloth and thread. I'm just gonna real quick throw together a soap industry. Because I bought a bunch of soap early on and then just, like, forgot to, like, start a soap industry because that's something that I always do. Make... Oh, apparently I don't have anything to make. Great. Wood, barrel, 30. Bloodthorn. Let's also make glass, pot, 300. Cyst necrosis? Is that an actual thing? These are going to be some pretty scarry dwarves, though. Okay. Look at that. Swelling's going down. Still needs surgery. Just advanced rot now. I'm just curious about what the description of these dwarves is going to be. Look at all this blood. Holy shit. There's so much blood everywhere. For dying tissues? Well then. This is why I should have made all these beds out of bloodthorn so no one would notice. Give them more surgery tables. Can't even see what's going on, just letting the dwarves do their thing. At least none of them have died, so I guess that's a good sign. Seems like Arnold has gone off to go get food. You don't even have any scars? Wow. Huh. Seems like they're recovering pretty quickly, it looks like. There's another dwarf in the military. No, it's killed a goblin. Yeah, again, no scars. Wow. Damn. Yeah, something like that. I don't know. What the hell happened? Forgotten Beast, Deadly Dust made all their skin rot and swell. But seems like just like a shower and, or like a bucket of water on the head and cutting off all the infected tissue followed by surgery seems to be sorting it. Certainly seems to be. I mean, there's still a few in here that are still rotting. Like down here. Still needs surgery, but it has been cleaned and evaluated. Seems like our triage has worked quite well, though. With how well your doctors handled it? Yeah, totally. Definitely a smelly situation. It's so dramatic, though, when like they go into doing the surgery and just like this splat of blood just goes everywhere. It's like, why? Oh, it's removing all of the dead skin. Oh. Needs cleaning. Rotten tissue excised from the upper lip. Rotten tissue excised from the upper lip. It's definitely more than just the upper lip, but that's literally like their whole body. But yeah, no, they're just fine. Wow, I was expecting a couple deaths. This dwarf even killed it. Damn, I did. But hey, Mist Runner, how's things? Good day. Can we get a statue for the doctors? Well, Bastet is the chief medical dwarf, and we have diagnoser and 2 surgeons. I don't know, what would this statue be of? Maybe just like an image of a dwarf melting? I don't know. Surprise, you get mouth rot when you bite a Forgotten Beast. I'm not entirely certain those 2 things were connected, but yeah, no, I'm totally down to give them statues. I'm not entirely sure what to do with said statues. But if you can give me an idea of what they should look like. As for the like, I could just make a statue of the chief medical dwarf. Actually, well, here. Statue. Glass. Specify new image. Historical figure. Bastet. Actually, hold on. Which Bastet is it? Okay. This dwarf, and then nano, melting? I'm trying to think what other words would work here. I think melting is probably the closest. Swolt? No. Oh, yeah, melting and screaming, maybe? Arnold is melting. Trying to think, how could I display this? And let's call it the medicine of excision. No, that's execution. Cuts? The medicine of cuts? An image of Bastet, the dwarf Catan, T2 Arnold, and the dwarf Nanoblit. They're both melting and screaming, and Bastet is engraving. That's about as close as I can get. I think the other thing I could do is clouds for the stench, and object table. Tables to imply like the hospital. Object bed. Beds to also imply the hospital. And is surgery? No, just surrounded by. I think we should just add in dwarves. And say Bastet is surrounded by the dwarves. So it's an image of Bastet, Catan, and Cog. They're screaming and melting. And then there's beds and tables. They're engraving Arnold, who was the first dwarf to get up and be flying. And they're surrounded by dwarves. That's about, I think, the closest I can get. So done. The medicine of cuts is now an image in this fortress. It was quite the fight, too. Round of beers for that, I say. It's a good statue. Very complicated statue. The medicine of cuts, though, is about as close as I can get. But honestly, I think that that went way better than it could have. So, I guess it's time that we get back to this over here. I think that's the status is we get back to this. We get back to working on the big old tower. And also then go around the tops up here. But I think that getting the roof on this thing is more important than basically anything else in this construction. I think I'm going to cut away a little bit more of this just so that we can have a clear route to the base. We just had a very anxiety-inducing Forgotten Beast, but aside from that, pretty damn good. No casualties, but everybody's skin rotted off, and they all became clouds of miasma for a little bit. We're making a epic statue out of it of our chief medical dwarf cutting dwarves' bits off because they seem to have just kind of had like a layer of skin removed from them. And you commissioned a statue, yes, pretty much. Your dwarf was involved in it, Trevor, because you're in the military, I think. Yeah, you are. So you were involved with that fight, and I'm pretty sure all of your skin melted off, but you're fine. No scars even, which is shocking. But if I look at medical history, yeah, rotten tissue removed. For some reason, they only listed as upper lip, but you like commissioning statues of epic events. I always forget to, and then I forget about the event. So it's a problem that I have. All right, well, let's go down to here and just make a big old food stockpile. So this is gonna be for everything. And we're also gonna make a stockpile right here, just for drinks. It's P, right? Yeah, there you go. Oh, come on. Everything but seeds. Yes, and that also got placed. You're like my official statue reminder person. We're also making a bunch of clothing. This is our new clothing industry room. They have to walk past the cages full of hungry heads to get there, but I'm sure they'll be fine. And want to make a finished goods stockpile here. Clothing. Except no metal clothing. It's going to be a fun, everybody's suddenly walking all the way over there. You're just not well versed in available verbiage of statues. Yeah, that's the problem, is like figuring out how to convey them in text descriptions in a way that makes sense that you'll then remember. That's not particularly long. You should see half the stuff that gets written in this chat render. You've never played Dwarf Fortress, but you're really excited about the Steam version. Any tips on how to play the game, and also what is this game? What is this game about? Is that the question? What kind of features are in it? Okay, so just to back up, that's quite the question. Do you want the basics of what Dwarf Fortress is? Or do you want tips on how to play it? Because those are two completely different questions with very different answers. We've got a stoneworker that's in a mood. I mean, not directly about the dwarves. I'd say it's more about the world than the dwarves. You want to be specific, but dig too deep and get in trouble. Yes, well, it's a very accurate Moria simulator. Minds of Moria simulator, but sometimes they melt. Yeah. Okay, so let's start for the second half of your question first. What is Dwarf Fortress? Dwarf Fortress is one of the most important games made in the last 25 years. It's one of the original inspirations for Minecraft, at least in its world generation sense. And it's one of Mason's Workshop, and it is one of the most meticulously designed simulations of a fantasy world ever made, if not the most, probably the most meticulously designed simulation of a fantasy world. The game itself is the world that it generates. So when you generate a world in Dwarf Fortress, this is this world that we're playing in. And I've been playing in this world for about a year, over various different adventurers and quite a few different forts, over a few different factions. This is the game, the world. And what's cool about the world generation in Dwarf Fortress, unlike any other game, is most games, like let's just say Civilization, right? Generates you a map. It's basically just a board game, and each tile has a few different numbers attached to it, and that's it. Let's throw out another example here and say RimWorld. RimWorld generates you a spherical world, and it looks like a very impressive globe, but it's largely just a map with a couple of icons of interest on it, and that's it. Dwarf Fortress doesn't do that. It generates you a living, breathing, actively alive world that is ever-changing, and you can interact with that world. That is Dwarf Fortress. So if I hit C and pop up the world map again and hit N, we can actually see the active simulations, if I'm aware of anything. Watch me, just have nothing that I'm aware of. Okay, sweet. So this is our faction down here. I can shut my camera off so you can see this a little better. Down here, you can actually see wars that are taking place. These are goblins that are invading dwarven strongholds down here in this mountain range. In a world where you can, there was actually a bunch of other wars where these forts up here were getting attacked earlier, and some of these forts were attacking these goblins. But because we haven't heard much news recently, we haven't had many visitors, we don't see a lot of activity around the world. So unlike a lot of games like this, you have that world background simulation going on, which when you generate a world in Dwarf Fortress, it doesn't just give you the map, right? It generates factions, religions, monsters, titans, demons, angels, locations, forms of poetry, forms of music, musical instruments, factions, and then it starts to simulate the history. So it will simulate all of the different races in the game, which are humans, elves, dwarves, goblins, of course, demons and all that stuff. Things like gnomes, animal people, cursed creatures. So if you're asking me what Dwarf Fortress is, I will be spewing out spoilers. And it's not spoilers because I'm not telling you how to find them. How to find them is the spoiler. The fact that they exist isn't. If you've seen Lord of the Rings or read Lord of the Rings, you've already been spoiled on the spoilers in Dwarf Fortress, okay? It builds all of that stuff, and then it's up to the player to interact with it. And so essentially you can poke the simulation in one of three ways. You can read about your histories in Legends mode, which will be in Premium at launch. You can, or you can build fortresses, which is in Premium at launch. And that's what we're playing right now, which is Fortress mode. Fortress mode is the most popular and the most well-known mode of the game, where you build a fortress. But when you're done building that fortress, you can be like, man, I'm getting bored of this fortress. So you retire that fortress, and then you go read about the events that happened around the fortress in Legends mode. And then you found a new fortress in the same world with a different dwarven faction at the other end of the world, and you have a completely different group of visitors, and maybe some of the dwarves from your previous fortress show up as part of a musical group or a visitor. Or maybe one of your old dwarves leaves your old faction and then becomes part of a mercenary group and attacks you as part of a human invasion. Or maybe you make a different fortress as part of the same faction, and then a bunch of your old dwarves migrate over as they hear about better tides or riches in this new location. So it's this interconnected simulation of, it's really interesting actually, when you make a new fortress in a different area, and then you realize that 4 of your dwarves are the child of one of your dwarves from 4 fortresses ago, which I've had happen. And just this weird clockwork oh yeah, there's also in the world gen there's also like villains and stuff, so like people will become evil and become like weird necromancers which will build big towers and write books about themselves and then like go out seeking bodies and like resurrect armies of undead and then send things around. It's literally just like a clockwork fantasy simulation that you can just poke and interact with. And then not coming out at release is or on release is adventure mode, which is the third kind of main mode of play. There's also arena, but that's not kind of a different thing. Arena is just like a sandbox testing thing where you can pit dudes against each other. I barely consider it a world, a part of the game, but it's more for modding than anything. But you can mess around in arena mode as well and just make things fight. There's also adventure mode, which is an open world RPG where you just start somewhere based on a faction in the world and, I don't know, go be a naked bard and dance on like humans' tables in a city, or be an adventurer and slay a dragon, or I don't know, go try and find a vampire, befriend them, convince them to join your party, and then stab them to death and drink their blood and become a vampire. I don't know, you like all of these are options. Or just like be a weird like animal person and sit in a cave and bang rocks together and occasionally beat somebody up and eat them. It's Dwarf Fortress. Have fun. Kleno, what up? Crazy naked dwarves from your previous fortress. Yeah! Yeah, or crazy naked dwarves. So, you know, that's the short version of what Dwarf Fortress is. When you're actually playing the game, it's a lot of waiting and a lot of very carefully paying attention because it's a game about imagination, really. And that's one of the reasons why it's so strong as an ASCII game without the graphics, because it's a game about interpreting events based on what you see. So my biggest tip about playing Dwarf Fortress is pretend you're playing Dungeons & Dragons and you are the DM and the world is what you're DMing. And if you play it like that as a single-player roleplay game, you will have a lot of fun. So, my biggest fear and concern, really, obsidian and gold bars. That's a neat combination of things. Cool. If you play it like that as a single-player RP style game, you'll have a blast with Dwarf Fortress. Pay attention to Legends mode. Pay attention to visitors that are coming by. Read about the songs that they will be playing. Look into what they're doing when they're socializing. Watch their dances. I'm looking to see if anybody's like playing music or anything in the tavern right now, which I don't think they are. Read their histories. Look at their minds. Think about what they like. Like, wonder why this dwarf is a nervous wreck and then realize, oh, it's because they were forced to endure the decay of a friend, so maybe I shouldn't have left all of those bodies in the stairwell after we got sieged by the goblins. But hey, I had to fix the defenses, okay? We did as best as we could, okay? You'll be okay there, Dwarfy. And just enjoy the process and realize that it's not a game where you'll ever see credits, really. It's a game about creating a narrative in your own head based on the events that happen in the game. Yeah, it'll look amazing. I mean, it might be really boring, but I can't wait to play this. You'd play this version, but the UI looks confusing. Honestly, I would just start playing it right now. One, because yeah, the UI might look fucky, but it's free, and right now will be the easiest time to learn it, or at least learn this version, because, like Kleno just said. There's 100 nerds thrilled to teach you. After release, it'll be 100 nerds trying to teach a couple 100,000, like, brand new people. But, you know, since you am baby, and we just got a brand new baby, welcome to the fortress, Autumn. Actually, how do you spell that? O-D-D-O-M. As now, Render. Welcome to the fortress. She is the daughter of Nil Torchstep and Burr Parched Towers. Thirsty Towers? She is a worshiper of Ral and a casual worshiper of Ral. I hope that bug gets fixed. Oh yeah, also there's weird bugs everywhere. That just comes with Comes with the territory. Ral is most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with wealth. You worship the god of wealth. You were born today, which makes you very young indeed. She is tall and weak. Interesting. And skinny. And she has a very round chin. Her hair is incredibly straight, and her short hair is neatly combed. Her teeth are crowded, and her nose is hooked. You look like a witch. Her slightly close-set gold eyes are slightly protruding. Her somewhat short, free-lobed ears are somewhat narrow, and her eyebrows are somewhat high, and her hair is pale chestnut. She personally values honesty and doesn't care about fairness and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. And you do have 2 parents and an older brother. Your older brother is named Rimtar, Double Whip, who feels love after gaining a sibling. Welcome to the fortress. The craftsmanship of this game is the highest quality. Oh yeah, that's another thing. You'll learn how to say craftsdwarfship, and then when people say craftsmanship to you out of context in real life, your brain will just go, what? Because you'll get to the point where you just go, craftsdwarfship. Yes, well, of course craftsdwarfship's of the highest quality. Also, mom's carrying you, and is going to carry you until you learn to walk in about a year. Your mom's nil, and she feels adoration after giving birth to a baby girl. Was blissful after becoming a parent. And interested remembering learning about masonry, and content after putting on a well-crafted item. Because finally, after 17 years of this fortress, I've unfucked my clothing industry. And we actually have clothes. Look at that! It's a stockpile of clothes. Ah! But yeah, no, I honestly, if you're just sitting there and you're super duper duper excited about Dwarf Fortress, go to YouTube and watch Krug Smash's Your First Fortress. And then just pop into the stream whenever you have questions. Will help. Because right now, the Dwarf Fortress community is still... It's not small. Like, there's a lot of people who play this game. But another fucking quern. That's my 3rd quern. Anyway, 3rd artifact quern. Trading and diplomacy. Yes and sort of. Yes and sort of. There is war, and once there is war, there's no more war. What did I want you to look up on YouTube? I'll link a video. Give me a sec. There is a very specific Dwarf Fortress tutorial that walks you through how to install a basic tile set and, like, how to keep your dwarves from dying, and it's about 30 minutes long.
When you do this.
Ah! That's his voice. That's the easiest quick start guide for DF. I also have several tutorials, but his is better. Like, I'll just be honest. But yeah, just watch that video and then yell at us when you need help. It is a very nice quern. I'm not knocking the quality of said quern. It's just, it's my 3rd fucking quern, and if I could get a door one of these days, I'd be real happy. Unib, the stoneworker, has created Edursas Togal Dastub, a obsidian quern, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Kikrost loved work. He loved work, clearly. Who is Kikrost loved work? Gosh knows. She feels satisfied after creating an artifact and improving masonry. As for the artifact itself, it's worth 50,400 Zathal. Year Decay, the Stormy Clearing. This is an obsidian quern. Our craftsdwarfship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular obsidian cabochons, and this object menaces with spikes of obsidian. On the item is an image of Clean's Whiskers, the raw adamantine mug in obsidian. On the item is an image of Endok, Cloister Peaks, the dwarf in gold. I will never get a door. You're right. I fucking never will get a door. Door. But yeah, I would say there's never been a better time to learn Dwarf Fortress, but I also fully understand if people are just like, I want to wait. Because there's still going to be quirks. Dwarf Fortress is a very quirky game. Like, it's... there's a quote, I can't remember who originally said it, that's been flying around about Dwarf Fortress for years, which is, nobody plays Dwarf Fortress because it's a perfect video game. You play Dwarf Fortress because there's absolutely nothing else like it. There's a lot of games that pretend to be like it or try to be like it, and we had this conversation yesterday where it's like, Dwarf Fortress started at the bottom and has been building up for years, right? If you try and make a game like that where you start at the bottom and you build up, you're never going to catch up because Dwarf Fortress has been in development for 20 fucking years. Whereas games that have tried that, like No Moria or games like Towns, just never get mechanically interesting enough and they always run out of money. Unless you take a very, 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 very different approach to the execution of it, something like Odd Realm, which has similar ideas, but the execution is so fundamentally different that it's a completely different universe of a video game. So the vast majority of the games that are just like, I want to be like Dwarf Fortress, end up being nothing like Dwarf Fortress because they run out of money. But there are great games that have come out of that mold, but usually what they do is they select a few mechanics from Dwarf Fortress that make the game tick, and then cram those into a new game. RimWorld is probably the best example of this. Or something like Prison Architect, where it's like, what's interesting about Dwarf Fortress? Okay, let's take like 5 very small parts of Dwarf Fortress and make a game out of that. And there's a couple examples of success stories of games like that, but the result is they're still nothing like Dwarf Fortress. Because real life can never be perfect. Touche. Took forever to learn Dwarf Fortress, but it's so worth it. I have a feeling that the amount of time it takes to learn Dwarf Fortress is going to drop significantly when premium releases. That or it'll actually be about the same, except people won't realize it. And just make sure that you splat Dwarf Fortress all over your marketing and preview material, Clino, and make sure that everybody is aware that this is a game that's inspired by Dwarf Fortress. And you will print all of the money. And Dwarf Fortress continues to sit here, and Dwarf Fortress fans will play it for a couple days and be like, and then just go back to playing Dwarf Fortress. And everybody else goes, it's like Dwarf Fortress. And then I'll go, no. No, it's not, though. And you still haven't messed with pump stacks at all? Really? I've like looked at your fortresses and they seem pretty advanced. Pump stacks are super easy. And they're just finicky. And pumping lava, if you're not very good at managing material types, is a pain. I will say that. It truly is a pain. Fuck yeah? What? Oh, yeah, this... I don't even know if I want to do that. I'm just going to read this response. Obligatory. Creating an account and making your first post as an advertisement for your game is seen as rude on this community post. However, this does look pretty awesome. Yes. That is like the best first comment on that. Imagine making an account on the Dwarf Fortress forums to promote your video game. No, I mean, I have no problem with people doing that. Like that's at the end of the day, like if that's what you want to do, if you want to make a game that's heavily inspired by another game and just make a very like pulled back version of that, that is totally fine, right? And it's been very successful for quite a few games over the year. It will never fail to leave a slightly upset taste in my mouth. But outside of that, live your life. The first reply will always be, dude, really? Yeah. But no, I've got nothing against people borrowing ideas and taking, like, cool mechanics from Dwarf Fortress and making other games. It's just worth noting. It's just Dwarf Fortress succeeds significantly better on its attempts at being a story generator than RimWorld does. But it just makes you want to play DF. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Anyway, how's things been, Clino? Did you sleep last night? I hear that you gifted cheese to one Kegel. But yeah, at the end of the day with premium, I just hope people like it. They're going to love it. My ideal hope for premium is that Dwarf Fortress sees the exact same level of success that RimWorld has. I just hope that RimWorld didn't run away with the golden goose, if that makes any sense. As much as I enjoy RimWorld from time to time, and as much as I'm looking forward to the hot potato charity marathon that happens at the end of this month that I will be promoting the shit out of because I'm involved in it. Even though I'm not playing, I'm helping organize the event. I just hope that Dwarf Fortress sees the same level of success. About how there'd probably be no DF without Warrior. There'd probably be no Dwarf Fortress without Drag Slayer, whatever the fuck that game was called. You know, there's various little games that Zach and Tarn constantly mention when you talk to them about Dwarf Fortress. These weird infinite games that they saw as infinite as little kids. You know, it's just I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Lego, probably, because Lego was how I got obsessed with video games. Even though I had very few video games as a little kid, I had Lego. And Lego was where I became obsessed with video games. One major client was killing you, requiring you to show up for business hours means, oh no. Imagine having to wake up at normal people hours. I can't. Although, it says the guy who wakes up at 7 in the morning. All right, let's go all the way down to that. And then let's just plop a piece of wood there for scaffolding. Scaffolding. Same with there. There. Same with there. And there. Working on all these new clothes bits. But glad to hear that the sleep schedule is sorting itself out a little bit. Has there been much of an influx on the subreddit yet? Out of curiosity? Because I haven't noticed much from the outside. I have noticed a few meme posts, which is interesting for the Dwarf Fort subreddit. But just curious if you've noticed, increased in posting. Because I've certainly noticed an increase in traffic on YouTube. My God. There's definitely a lot more people looking for Dwarf Fortress related things. This is a new-ish fort. I think it's 17 years old now, Dalvin. Yeah, this is a fortress that I'm just trying to finish because it's probably going to take me a couple weeks. And we'll probably be playing this world right up until release, or right up until I get my hands on the Steam version. Because like I stream 3 days a week, right? Once Premium is out, I will be streaming at the very least 5. We'll see how my energy holds up. But like next week's gonna be a short week because the 10th will be a half day because the 10th in the evening I'm flying to Vegas and hanging out with one of my mods for the weekend. And I get back on Monday, so then when I get back on Monday, on Thursday, so actually 2 weeks from today, I will have Zach and Tarn on the stream. So it's like I'm looking at this and it's like, and then probably sometime after that, I will hopefully have access to Premium. I will guess before launch. Ideally by the 29th, but who knows, which would be a week before launch. So it's like I basically have like 2 weeks to play this fortress, and I want to finish it. So, doing my damnedest. But as far as the 400-year-old one, Long Death, that one will actually keep going. Although I'm going to take a rather extended, I think is the easiest way to put it, break from it. I was wondering why the game was running so slowly and then realized it was paused. I will be taking a rather extended break from it, but I will be bringing Long Death back at some point. Because Long Death is a fortress I'm gonna finish, damn it. Even if it means, like, doing some weird experimental things with it. Yeah, it's going to break compatibility. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't care. I mean, my Long Death is already one version behind anyway. You have to type an exclamation point tickets to find out how many you have, Sandbar. Hey, Rock Cat. How's things? Good day. The excitement continues. Daylight savings fucked you up bad. Yeah, that's the 6th here, so that'll be this Sunday for me. I can't wait until we get rid of that. We were supposed to get rid of that in 2020, and then 2020 happened. Yep, that's Sunday. That's the 6th. Get ready to be, like, jet-lagged for a week. Although, I'm just going to do what I normally do, which is sleep in on that day, and then usually I'm fine. Fortunately, it's a Sunday, and daylight savings for me was the worst when I worked through it. Because when it happened, I would either have to start work an hour early or lose an hour of pay. And so that was the worst. When I was working nights and back when I had a normal job, before I did this as my job, that was always the worst. So daylight savings isn't as bad anymore for me, just because I can, like, I just go to bed early and sleep in. And then wake up early usually and just fine. But yeah, if you're a night owl, daylight savings is... Ugh, sucks. It sucks. We'll see you when we see you. Rock Cat, thanks for swinging by, dude. They suspended the construction of a wall. How dare you? Oh, did someone leave clothing on it? Yeah, typical. You sent me a graphic that I can share? Cool. Oh, damn. Such a large percentage of old Reddit. Although it is shrinking. Hot damn. Yeah, that's definitely an increase in activity. Wow. Wait, changing times? I mean, you use your local time zone, I think. Like, I'm pro time zone, but screw changing for daylight savings. It's completely redundant and a waste of time. Speaking of activity, the release date trailer has 269,000 views. Nice. How about 500 new subscribers? I'm sure that'll increase once the launch happens. That's almost as many new subscribers as I've gotten. Alcohol's still low. We need to work on that. Actually, how many new subscribers have I gotten? Let's see. On October 31st, I was at 12,259 subs on YouTube. And now I'm at 12,507. Means the subreddit is twice as popular as me. I always forget about daily savings, Sammy. Just know there is one that is good and one that is bad each year. When you lose an hour of sleep, it sucks. That's the bad one. And I don't think either of them are good. That's my take. They both suck. Although, you know what's kind of ironic? Is the amount of traffic that my YouTube channel is getting right now. If my YouTube channel got that amount of traffic every single day, it would... I did the math the other day, yesterday evening. I would be making about $100 less per month than I make on Twitch. If I got the same amount of views as I've gotten in the past few days on YouTube. Which would be cool. I'd really like that. One time I was thinking... Jeez. One time I was thinking of killing all hours after work cities where it would be noon at the moment, so that it's, for example, New York o'clock. It's basically noon in New York. And then you'd abandon numbers for time. You know, Animal, go look... If you want to hurt your brain about weird time systems, go look up Swatch Internet Time. There's a Wikipedia page for it. It's a thing from the 90s. And they actually sold watches that worked on internet time for a bit. The consensus was it was too confusing, and it didn't last very long. But I would recommend looking up Swatch Internet Time. It's not quite as straightforward as your system. It's a bit nuts. But I could see why people would think that it's a good idea, even though it very much wasn't. They're just going to keep suspending the construction of that wall, aren't they? Wow, that's a cool silk hood. Bastet has created a masterpiece. Amash wish puzzled the wicked forgotten beast silk hood. That's a good hood. I like that hood. So we're going to need to sell all the large clothing and all of the excess, basically. Okay, so we're going to place a ashery. And a soap maker's shop, because I need to make soap. Because we've been butchering a ton of stuff, might as well make it into soap. Just assuming I have somebody with the soap maker's job enabled, and if I don't, I will find somebody who does. Or find somebody who doesn't, and then give it to them. Also, congrats on the wins, you two. I wonder if Krug Smash has had an influx yet. I will say that I've noticed that there's, on average, about 4 or 5 more channels streaming than normal, at least on Twitch. Like, generally on Twitch, it's me until about 4 p.m., and then 1 or 2 other people come on. So that's been kind of neat. You're not against it. It's good for Tarn and Kit Fox and maybe you, but it's not monetized for us. It's just more work. Yeah. You heard of new mods or rock stars? Thank goodness. Well, that's good. I'm glad that that you've got more assistance. Oh, some migrants have arrived. All right, well, let's take a look at that. Cheesemaker, eh? Although it's no longer despite the danger. That's interesting. I guess Fortress is no longer danger? Let's give you clothes making. Brewing. You already have brewing. I just gave it to you and then you do. Perfect. And you down here, once again. Plant gathering, perfect. Brewing. Clothes making. Finally broke down and tried Overwatch 2. I've heard nothing good about that game. I didn't play the first one. I had no interest in the first one. And but as somebody who likes games and game preservation, I'm frustrated on behalf of Overwatch 2 players purely because I genuinely do not think that games should replace the one that came before it, and I think that it's kind of gross that they did that. The fact that there was a game that existed called Overwatch, and that game no longer exists, that in and of itself for me is enough reason to not interact with the sequel. Why was it dangerous before? Random deaths, various things got, like, we lost like a 2/3 of the population of this fortress once to a Titan, which was pretty rough. You're a professional gelder. How many nuts have you snipped in your life? Slaughter that baby alpaca, slaughter the yak, slaughter the reindeer. Also give you butchery and tanning. Actually, you up here, let's also give you soap making. This fort is fine. Sometimes you get dust that rots your skin off, but you know, it's fine. We have good health care. Yeah, no, it's free too. You don't have to pay for it, but you don't get paid, so. Very impolite and inconsiderate of property. Skills? An adequate spear dwarf. Get in the military. You're the second person today to ask me about that game, Tolis, which is really strange because nobody's asked me about Foxhole in ever, I think. Why? What happened? Why is everybody asking me about Foxhole? And have I tried it? No. Do I have interest in it? No. No. Tolis said Foxhole. I simply responded. Still in pain? Yeah. Kind of think of starting a fortress in a dead/dying civ. You want to see what you can do. It's real funny when you start a fortress and it's like, hey, I've got 7 dwarves. Unpause the game. The monarch has arrived, which is usually what happens. You know, it was kind of funny because like there was somebody on my Discord who posted a link to them doing a mountain home speedrun, basically where you go from just like starting 7 to having the monarch in your fortress, and it was like 3 hours and 30 minutes or something. Which is pretty good, by the way, for a normal world. But I just think it's really funny that it's like, actually the way you do that is you just find a dead civ and just found a fortress and boom, monarch. I don't know what that means, Deep Gift. What? There we go. Lots and lots of dwarves working on clothing. That's what I like to see. Amount of drink is finally climbing. Do not eat blueberries that are not blue. Then they would be green berries. Tolus, thanks for being the first person to gift the sub today. Cheers, man. Enjoy the ad-free viewing, Trevor and VR. Not that we run many ads here to begin with, but... You know what's crazy to me about that thread that you linked, Clino? Is that it's been viewed 682,000 times. Like, wow. Some threads. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the gifted sub, by the way? Appreciate that. Just type in the word beer or my beers emote. Let's see how many beers we can get. I mean, it's pretty much, it just works in real life too. Sometimes I'm chosen and it says, and people say sounds legit. Yeah, fair enough. Up ends. Oh, that's unfortunate. Gotta work on making them dwarves happy. Does anyone want to moderate either Reminds Me of DF or Dwarf Fortress art subreddits? Somehow they got removed and you reinstated them and they need caretakers. I think I said this about the last subreddit, which is I'd volunteer. But I don't think I have time. To be honest. I have some of the best emotes. Thank you. I actually have, I think it's 5 open emote. It's either 5 or 4 open emote slots. I actually have to go look because people went a little nuts and I unlocked a bunch of emote slots 2 months ago. But the sad reality is my artist is Russian. And I really don't want to like get a bunch of emotes from a different artist because I really, really, really like his work. Yeah, I have 4 open slots. But yeah, my artist had to go get a job. So he's like awake at normal people hours for his time zone, which is like the opposite of my time zone. And he's disabled, so he's like incapable of really doing a huge amount outside of his work now. So he's basically had to stop doing art. So I need to find either a replacement or figure out a way of paying him, which would technically be breaking the law, which is frustrating. Because, you know, gotta love wartime sanctions. So, I love my emotes, but man, that shit bums me out. make another farm. Do a couple of these. But I'm glad that you like my emotes. But yeah, so ClinoDev here is looking for people that are interested in moderating 2 smaller, more niche Dwarf Fortress subreddits. So if you have moderation, especially on Reddit, experience, maybe go reach out to Clino, because looking for assistance over here. Before they go insane. Oh no. I have a question. What's their most frequent repeated negative thought? Trevor. Let's set one of those to. You'd have to pull it up. I might have some ideas. I've fixed a couple like purple mad dwarves and made them come back. There is one like kind of cheaty strat that often works though, which is put them in a military squad by themselves with no armor and don't set them to train anywhere. They're red arrowed. So is it just red sad mood? Because if they're in a squad by themselves that's not set to train anywhere, they will just take care of their most important needs. They will just go directly to temples and pray if they need to pray. They will just go eat if they need to eat. They will just go to the tavern and socialize if they need to socialize. They will just take care of their most important needs. So you could try that. The other thing would be figure out what their most convenient job for them to do that they want to do the most and just let them do that thing. Hey, cutest. How's things? How we been? How was the flight? Hope you landed safe. Holy fuck, there's so many mussels in this fort. 80% of this goddamn stockpiles is mussels. It's like this fort was getting a little slow, and then like I realized there was like 13,000 mussel shells in one of my stockpiles, and I was like, oh, that's the problem. Yeah, it's super simple. 2 flights. Oh, wow. How was the 2 flights? In that case. Hey, Sigma. Welcome back. You know, I've been thinking about this recently because I started thinking about this again last night because of what Tarn said on the Future of the Fortress posts. I'm starting to think that Tarn might be impervious to the effects of stress. And hear me out for a second. Somebody asked him about like nerves about the release, and his response literally just was, well, I think they're just normal nerves. It's just like, even if like everything was perfect, he's like, I'd still have the same nerves. I'd still be slightly nervous about the release. He's like, it's not bad, but like, it's just kind of there. And it's just like, looking at that, like, you must be superhuman, because I feel like if I was in Tarn's position, I would be like curled up in the corner on the floor, like bashing my head against the wall repeatedly. that would be where I would be at that point. Relieved after bringing somebody in bed to rest, dwelling upon getting into an argument, being lonely and away from family. Remove most of their jobs. Put them into make them into a doctor. Like, give them all the healthcare jobs. Remove hauling. And what happened in the middle here because I stabbed out. Oh, hey! Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap gave birth to another girl. Look at that. Now the baby. Wow, you've got a lot of siblings. Aqua, you baby pumper. Look at that. It's adorable. I don't think Aqua's here right now. Aqua's also a religious leader in this fortress, so, you know, makes sense, right? Aquafunkalistic Booty Whap? Yeah. It's one of my regulars. They've been around the channel for a while. So, although, tied with my two favorite usernames I've ever seen on Twitch, which is Aquafunkalistic Booty Whap and Sweet Sparkle Farts, are probably the two hardest laughs I've had when a new person tunes in. And the launch and the whole team was on edge, waiting for Disaster Hat. Oh, I've watched that Developing Hell. Yeah, I watched that whole thing. It was fantastic. I'm slowly starting to watch their Solar Ash series as well, which is they're embedded with the dev team work, or not Solar Ash, the Hyperlight Drifter sequel, Hyperlight Breaker. Yeah, because they're embedded with that studio too, which is gonna be super cool to watch as that evolves. You know, oddly enough, I love NoClip. One of my least favorite videos they've ever done is their Dwarf Fortress interview. Like, the one thing they did on Dwarf Fortress is the most disappointed I've ever been with the NoClip video. Because it's just so painfully clear that none of them have ever played it. This is one of the best games you'd ever finished. I never even played it, but I respect the hell out of it. I'm more just fascinated by the people who made it. Because, like, their studio structure is really interesting. The art and music. I love the soundtrack. Yeah, Disaster Piece did a great job on that soundtrack. I think it was Disaster Piece. Anyway. Just a Dwarf? Wait, what do you mean just a Dwarf? D2? Did I miss something? That emote? Like Crypt Blank? It's just a Dwarf, yeah. Tells a story without a word? Yeah, so does Charlie Chaplin. He doesn't say a word or explain anything. It just stuff happens. Some of the best storytelling. Things happen. I'm confused. All right. Well, we're working through the last of that clothing. That's good. I really hope that, like, these dwarves can go get some new clothes, because, like, I've been kind of bad about maintaining clothing in this fortress. And also, we can probably place that statue in here. The green glass statue. And also, I think it's time that I give a throne. And actually, yeah, and a table too. Glass table. 30. To my chief medical dwarf. Especially after that last event. Like, geez, he's earned it. Ashery, let's make lie. Oh, I need Ash first. Video was the NoClip DF video was identical to 5 other people got to interviews 5 other people got 6 months before, with better production values and all things that Tarn was excited about. Coding were all in the game for months before the video came out. Yeah, no, totally. It's a fantastic video. But it's just, if you follow Dwarf Fortress stuff really closely, it's just kind of redundant. You didn't like the combat, I think, and I got lost every time. You should try Solar Ash. It's a much more straightforward game. I think that's coming out on Steam soon. It's on it. It's on not itch. It's on Epic. But it's coming to Steam soon, TM. Also, I'm really so like I make these videos once a month, right? These Future of the Fortress videos where I literally just read the Future of the Fortress posts. What's up, Onyx? And I've done 17 of them now, right? And it's like they do quite well. It's like 5,000, 9,000, 6,000, 5,000, 4,000, almost 10,000, 4,000, 3,000. Like they do quite well, right? And they've done quite well in the past. But these are very much like videos for people that already play the game. I'm extraordinarily curious to see how well they do post premium. Because like they're Q&As that are very dense usually, especially if you don't play the game, that are directed directly at the audience that already exists, that already plays Dwarf Fortress. I'm fascinated to see how much those videos grow post premium. Hi, Onyx. How are you? You enjoyed HLD? Oh, Hyperlight Drifter. I was like, what? Honestly, I'll be completely blunt with you. The reason I just didn't ever bother playing Hyperlight Drifter was because it runs at 30 FPS. I'm that kind of person where it's just like, if it's an action game, sorry, I just won't play it. But I watch a speedrunner who plays it, and I adore that soundtrack. I think I actually need wood burners, because I don't think I have any ash. Solar Ash is like the new Sonic game, but really pretty. That's a really weird way to describe Solar Ash, but you're not wrong. It's like 3D Hyperlight Drifter, really. Except, like, it was not poorly marketed, but it seems like nobody really noticed that that game even came out. Which I genuinely believe is, like, a massive fucking shame. Like, it just got totally missed somehow. Solar Ash. It was one of those games that just, like, released on Epic, and a lot of people just completely ignore Epic releases. It's kind of an Epic Games curse. Yeah, sort of. I mean, like, they got paid for it because of Epic Games, but the result is like, nobody knows that it exists. So, right, I'm going to Vegas, right? Like, in a week. And so because of this, I have weather alerts turned on. I just got a weather alert for rain in Vegas. It rains in Vegas? Really? The fuck? What's going on? The world really is ending. Not that I care, but I'm just very perplexed. It can rain in I know, right? It rains in Vegas? Honestly, I don't care when it comes to Epic, because, like, I don't like console or platform exclusivity. But I also don't like storefront exclusivity. And this extends to things like Steam exclusivity, right? I don't like it when games only release on GOG. I don't like it when games only release on Steam, and I don't like it when games only release on Epic. But the thing with the Epic deal is you can only release on Epic for a year and then release on other platforms, and then who fucking cares? Right? So to me, I'm not bothered in the slightest by Epic Games throwing fuck tons of money to make a game store exclusive on their store for a year that won't sell. And then it sells fine when it gets on Steam. Or doesn't sell fine, but they've already made all of their money because they, you know, made what they needed to make to pay for their development costs from the Epic money. So I don't care if Epic loses money on games. That's fine. If they want to do that, that's cool. And if it gets more people into their ecosystem, then who cares? I have bought games on Epic. I own multiple games on Epic that I've purchased, but I also own games on Good Old Games, itch.io, Steam. I used to buy games on Desura. I actually own and can still download several games through Discord because they sold games briefly. I'm not picky. I don't care. As long as the devs are getting paid and they're getting paid fairly and it's not a permanent exclusive deal, do not care. That's my take. I don't care. It does not bother me. And it does not bother me to just have another launcher installed. That's like, I also have Xbox Game Pass and I own a couple games through the Microsoft Store. Like, I do not care. I'm not mad at you for not buying their games. For me, it's just, I've never fully understood the vitriol from some, like, audiences that, oh no, it's going to be exclusive on a platform that you can download with one click that you already have an account for because you can just link your Microsoft account. What? Like, that's where I will never fully understand the vitriol against them for trying to actually create a competitive marketplace. You know, like, good old games in itch.io are fine. Actually, rather, itch.io is great. Good old games is fine. But they've never competed with Steam. Something needs to compete with Steam. And I think that Epic existing has been a net positive for the industry. Genuinely. Like, honestly, like, the Epic Game Store has been a positive thing for the industry as a whole. Same with Xbox Game Pass, right? And Microsoft Store. Like, those options existing, putting pressure on Steam to be better, does nothing but improve the industry for every single person who exists in the ecosystems. I kind of hate GOG for personal reasons, but like, honestly, like, if I were to point at a storefront and be like, I don't like that storefront, it's Good Old Games. And not because they're a bad storefront. It's because they like to abandonware games and then sell them and then make the abandonware games harder to find. That fucking sucks. Like, sure, pretty up a game and sell it, but, like, don't remove the existence of the original abandonware projects, please. And also, quit it with the homophobic tweets, you weirdos. The only issue you have with Epic is the fact that their one-year exclusives is some of the stuff that they pulled were games that were coming to Steam and people kick... I mean, hey, that's just called elbow marketing, and elbow marketing sucks, and I agree. But that's how you exist. That's how you make a marketplace for yourself. That's how you build a market share. Unfortunately, you have to show up with money and push fuckers out of the way and piss people off to build a market share. And yeah, it sucks, but that's what you do. Is when your old games come to Steam at full price? I mean, Nintendo still tries to sell people games that are 8 years old at full price. Why is that weird? If people want to price games at full price a year later. In fact, although here's an example of that, right? Like, Metro. Why am I blanking on the name of the most recent Metro game? It's not Last Light. Is it Last Light? Anyway, the newest Metro game. When that came to Steam, it had a year's worth of patches and a bunch of included DLC. Yeah, it was still full price, but it was a significantly better game when it came to Steam. All right, we've given them time to work on the glass blocks. Let's go back to building this. Exodus. Thank you. I never played it, so. I played Metro 2033 and... Was it 2030? I played the first one. I wanted to say 2077, but that was... Anyway, I played the first Metro game and loved it. I never played the Redux version, so it was a while ago now. And I played Last Light and also loved it. But I never played Exodus because I was like, oh, it's open world now? Eh, kind of don't care. Honestly, for me, all that the Epic Game Store does is it just makes me go point at the Patient Gamers subreddit and say, shut up and just go be like them. You'll be fine. And quit bitching. Like, that's basically it. What I think is fun is when you're old. Yeah, there we go. But yeah, I mean, marketing hiccups aside, my preferred place to purchase games are, well, actually no, literally my preferred place to purchase games is itch. Like itch.io is far and away the best place to purchase games. Even though like it's easily the least used storefront out of all of the options currently. But it's that is the best place to buy games. I buy the most games on Steam because that's where the most of them are, and it sucks that so many games are Steam exclusive. I wish more developers would just sell games directly through their websites. DRM free, but you know. I used to really like GOG, but they've just had too many dumb marketing hiccups over the years that just kind of makes me squint at them and like wonder, it's like, okay, who the fuck's working over there? And also like there's a lot of brands and companies that I've had talks and dealings with that refuse to work with broadcasters that are partnered with GOG, which is interesting. Like there's a lot of weird things with GOG that just kind of makes me go look at them and like go, Outside of that, like Steam sucks because they don't pay devs well enough. And Epic Games sucks because they muscle their way into the industry. Both of those same things suck, but they suck for completely different reasons. Like it blows that Steam takes 30%. No, totally. Like, and this is why platform exclusivity is a problem. Like, as an example, like I have several games on Xbox Game Pass that I play on Xbox Game Pass that I can't play with other people. GOG more like, what the fuck, you said what? Yeah, it's like, hold on a second. We're just like posting transphobic jokes on Twitter now. Pardon? Like, is that where we're at? I don't think that person works there anymore. But like, still, it's like the leadership hasn't changed much. It's just, I don't know. GOG is a fine platform, but they just make me squint sometimes at them. What are you doing exactly? What are you saying exactly? What are you promoting exactly? Meanwhile, itch casually raises millions of dollars for Black Lives Matter and trans rights. Like, itch is easily the best platform. Easily. Here comes more glass. I think I know what you're referencing. Piranha, and I disagree, but I also don't want to have that argument again. Thoughts on the new Harry Potter game? I don't give a shit about Harry Potter. And I never have, so that's my thoughts on the new Harry Potter game. Aside from that, I think that J.K. Rowling can eat a dick. Eastern Europe has trauma with human rights and respecting others. Oh, no, definitely. But, like, we're not in the past anymore. It's 2022. So if you market your company like a company from 1985, you're going to get looked at funny in 2022. I'd like to throw her off my volcano, I'll put it that way. Actually, she should just eat a shoe, you know? Even better. One of the things you can't understand is why there's no Star Trek games. What the fuck are you on about? Star Trek Online? Various other Star Trek games? Most of the Star Trek games that come out are absolutely horrendously bad shovelware. There's been a couple good point and clicks over the years, and a couple first-person shooters, a few third-person shooters. The problem with Star Trek is Star Trek isn't an action series. Star Trek is a, like... It's like the galaxy brain political drama sort of sci-fi. And I don't think that there's been a recent Star Trek show that's taken off well enough that would work as a video game. Like there was a game made out of the J.J. Abrams movies, but largely that game was garbage because it was just kind of an ill-conceived mess. Star Trek Online's still alive, there was also various mobile games over the years. Suey, thanks for the raid. How was your all-night stream? Hi, Suey. Are you free tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific? You want to be on a pod with me and Bell? Also, thank you very much for the raid. Is Dwarf Corp worth it? Don't buy Dwarf Corp. I can talk about that later. Sweet. It's settled then. You're on pod tomorrow. It's / shout out. Not exclamation point shout out. But, I mean. There you go. It's okay. Hello, opinion at. But I hope your stream was good. And hello, Mensik. If you guys don't know Suey, she's a member of my stream team. Shows up on the Halcyon Frequency podcast from time to time. Creator of the Hot Potato charity event. And which I help on the sidelines of, quietly in the dark. And good friend of the show. Go give her a follow. I do not play phone games, so I forget that they exist. And yeah, and the great owner of Suey Tap. You get some Suey Taps in chat. I'm just saying. Speaking of cute things, cutest, did you hear the sad news about Twitch? The really depressing sad news. It's you're dead. Anon bits are gone. You cannot cheer anonymously anymore. The cutest ghost bits are dead. Rest in peace. Bad times. I cry. Wait, why? Something people used it to harass people. So Twitch killed it rather than, you know, making it an opt-in thing or something. I don't know. I'm actually pissed about it. It's like, of course, if a feature exists, people will use it to harass people. Like, the most harassment I've gotten from Twitch over the years is from follows. People would just make accounts that, like, use my name with racial slurs and then just repeatedly unfollow and refollow, so it just keeps popping up in my notifications list. So it's like, maybe Twitch should just remove follows then. They removed views. Why don't they remove follows? People use it to harass me, but nobody cares. That's the problem. Yeah. I don't know. I think they should have just made it a opt-in, opt-out thingy. You're going to turn your brain off. Have a good night. Or afternoon. Have a good snooze. It's definitely like 12:30 in the afternoon. Oh, there's various places where you can see them, but the numbers don't accrue anymore. Twitch removed the feature where you actually gain views, so that number no go up no more. There's multiple places where you can still see them through Twitch if you're sneaky, but like, and there's several ways that you can like pull it out of the API via side systems, but like the numbers don't grow no more. So I will forever have 1.4 million views on my Twitch channel. Forever. Forever and ever. Forever we will be together. True. Have you heard that there's a big update in the making? Yeah, I follow like the entire dev team of that game on Twitter, so I've been seeing screenshots. I'm excited. I don't know when it's supposed to drop. I'll probably play it like a week or two after the update drops because I wait for the hot fixes to go up. But I'm in the beta branch, So I could because I give them money on Patreon, so I could theoretically play it right now, but I wait. And I will maybe do another casual, like, Wanderer playthrough or something and just, like, explore all that shit. Or play very slowly and carefully. The humans are here to trade. So I will definitely give it a look when that update drops. It's still a ways off, as far as I can tell. I've been watching Unnormal posting about weird floating, moving cubes for a while. Or Brian Becklew. Well, I mean, the reason they hide the views on Twitch, Animal, is the same reason that a lot of other sites are hiding views, is because, like, I actually, so do you remember Cleave, Animal? Cleave TV? You can donate via anonymously, but you can't attach a message to them. It doesn't matter. Well, yeah. I guess in theory they could have done that, yeah. Donna Minstrel, but... Actually, I think you couldn't attach a message to them to begin with, but... Yes, you do. Because Cleave used to run into problems because he had like 4 or 5 million views on his channel because he had a really, really, really successful year. There's a hyena on my map? I'm sorry, what? Apparently there's hyenas around. He had a really, really successful couple years on Twitch where he got a whole whack ton of views when Cities Skylines came out. And he gained a lot of followers from that. And then his channel just kind of did this after that. And he never was able to really replicate that success. And he used to get a lot of harassment when he was streaming like Path of Exile or World of Warcraft to, like, 5 to 15 viewers. And he got a lot of harassment because he was like people would just be like, "Oh man, you have so many views and so many followers. Where's all the viewers? What the fuck?" kind of thing. And he would get that like every day. Similar to me getting the "you aren't actually blind" bullshit like every day. So from that perspective, I can kind of see why they turned the views off. So, like, I just wish that I could see them on my dashboard. I don't actually care about them being publicly viewable. I just wish I could see them. But whatever. It is what it is. I'm actually, like, kind of okay with Twitch hiding those numbers. Yeah, no, I get that, like, actually kind of frequently. Or, like, people going after me for using light mode. It's like, just... sod off. Just let me use my computer in a way that works for me and stop pestering me about it. Like, the person that I had tune in, like, a couple weeks ago was like, "I find your username offensive." I was like, "Pardon me?" It's like, "Why do you find my username offensive?" "Oh, because you're harassing blind people." My guy. I have one partially working eye. I'm literally on disability because of my eyes. So I don't know what you're on about. But because I can hold a job, it's only partial disability. It's like basically just tax deductions. I'm not on full disability or anything, but which actually makes owning a, private business a smarter thing. We need to bring our trader down. Here come the wagons. Across our glorious drawbridge. Welcome, humans. Welcome, welcome. Wasn't that your ex? I mean, I can't remember if it was your ex. I've had many people do that. Akek Evolholkomo says, well, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. We shall request gold. Actually, no, not gold. Don't need gold. I do, however, need bronze. Really? They don't even have iron? Wow, okay. Noted, this faction doesn't have access to iron. Interesting. Well, instead I will say bring me picks. And obviously, the thing humans are good at, which is, trees. Not all disabilities are super visible either. You've resisted getting a handicap sticker for your car, and sometimes you can walk with no problems. Sometimes you can't walk because of MS, no rhyme or reason. So my sister-in-law has a issue with her joints where the tendons in her joints are exceptionally weak, which causes her chronic pain. And she's like, you know, mid-20s lady, looks generally normal, little skinny, but generally just looks like a normal person. Every now and again, she'll just like randomly collapse and not be able to walk. To the point where like she has a folding wheelchair and a cane. And it's like, it's kind of funny just like seeing her just like sit down in the handicap spot on buses and stuff and people just looking at her funny and she's just like, bitch, I got a cane. And it's like mid-20s and just can like randomly collapse if she walks too much. So, no, I know what you mean. But at the end of the day, I guess I put a target on my forehead because I name myself blind. But, you know, at least on Twitch we can have like the stated tags, you know, like I have the visually impaired tag. But, you know, nobody reads tags, so what it is. Honestly, for me, if people want to come at me and be mean to me because of my username or because of the way my eyes work, frankly, it just teaches me that that person generally probably isn't worth keeping around. And I can remove them pretty quickly and not feel bad about it. Your booty whap offends me. Take your dirty slang, Aqua, and put it somewhere less, where am I going with this? Derogatory. Brr. You should be aquafunkalistic. Rump whap. I don't know. Doesn't quite roll off the tongue as well, does it? I don't know. Now I'm just thinking about the time that the UK tried to ban spanking and face sitting in pornography. You just played some Ularn? How'd that go? Did you learn much about it? That's brain not working? What that? Do you think it's clever? I mean, it was genuinely self-deprecating humor years ago, Sigma, because I used to play Counter-Strike and League of Legends with a group of online people that I knew. Some of them still pop up in the chat every now and again, which is always funny. And I used to play those, and they used to always just call me blind because, like, they knew that I didn't see very well. Like, I never had the username, but, like, I would communicate to them, like, once we started playing, especially if we were playing, like, competitive stuff or ranked matches, it's like, all right, listen, just give me the gun and, like, the spray-heavy guns and just get me in the front. And I was always pretty good. Like, I was an above-average player. I always did well in ranked and always, like, did okay. But I was very much a... okay, you gotta give me the SMG and get me to the front line. And I was really good at listening and like paying attention to footsteps and that sort of stuff. So I was good at strats and good at strat calls, but like there was a lot of ways about how I played that was just really bad, right? And so everybody was just kind of aware of it. And it just became an inside joke. And then eventually when I needed a name for a new game, which at first off was Heroes of Newerth, followed by League of Legends, it was just like, well, I guess I'll just make this name. And then when I started watching a lot of live streams, it was because of Dota, League of Legends, and Heroes of Newerth, and some StarCraft. And it's just like, well, I'll just stick with the name that I've been using for the last little bit. And it just kind of stuck. Like, it's like mild self-deprecating humor, but like at the same time, it's not taken anywhere, which just makes it a good username, I guess. Because you've started missing Han. I don't miss Han at all. I'll be honest with you. Do not miss Heroes of Newerth. Isn't that game still running? I thought that like you could still play that game. There we go. Only Brazilians play? I don't see a problem with this, but... And like 150 of them. Oh, okay. I get you. Yeah, I mean, that just sounds like Han. Except when I played Han, it was like always Russians. But it was like, learn how to swear in Russian. Play Heroes of Newerth. It was our in-joke at the time. Has player servers running to keep it alive? I getcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Because I know that developer has gone off to do other things with middling success. There's actually quite a... It's something like 8% of my Twitch audience is from Brazil, which surprises me, considering I stream in English and there's no Portuguese translation of this game. Yeah, through playing Counter-Strike and various other games, I learned enough Portuguese to know when I'm being cursed at, and that's about it. You live in the US though? Yeah. I enjoy watching non-English streams. Purely because it's easy for me to like edit a podcast. I like having voices in the background, otherwise my brain gets all fucky. My brain is sick. But like I like having voices in the background when I'm editing stuff and working at my computer. So I always have streams up, and I actually really like watching like Portuguese streams from Brazil and like German streams and stuff. Languages that like I understand chunks of, but not enough to communicate in. So I just like lurk in a lot of streams from Brazil and stuff. Assuming it happens, Trizuka, but can't wait. I'll be in Vegas for that, and we're gonna try and find a bar or something to go hang out in. Yeah, they might cancel it. Yeah. Depending on politics. But we got another Forgotten Beast. It's the second one of the day. The Forgotten Beast, Gasir Erishtigalshil, has come. An enormous quadruped composed of ash. It has large mandibles and it undulates rhythmically. I'm not even remotely scared of that one, so we're just gonna go slap it. It did, but like at least when League was new, it was new and exciting and okay, is it gonna go fight with the Hungry Heads? Nope, okay. It was new and exciting, and it what's the word? Had a much more tolerable community when it was new, which is a weird thing to say about League of Legends. Imagine League of Legends having a better community than another game. Like, Heroes of Newerth was just, like, obnoxiously toxic. Mostly because, like, I don't know. For me, Heroes of Newerth was the 4chan of game. What is in that cage? I have a... What? Just a random Minotaur in a cage? Okay, how did that happen? Anyway. Somehow I got a Minotaur in a cage in my caverns, chat room. Fun fact. All right. Wow, that was fast. Mace Lord kicks the Forgotten Beast in the right rear leg. I looked at chat and looked back and it was dead. Kicked it in the right rear leg and it's severed. He kicks the leg off, bashed the Forgotten Beast in the left arm. In the left front foot with the steel mace and severed part sails off. So punched its leg off, smacked its other leg off, punched it in the lower body with the right hand and the severed part sails off in an arc and says, I cannot stand by. There's no need to feel vengeful. Got him. So literally just punch, thwack, kick. And it just fell apart. Well, good for you there. We're going to call you... Mebzuth Ashin. I don't know. Dust. Well done, Dwarf. Is there bigger monsters than Forgotten Beasts? Yes and no. I mean, Forgotten Beasts vary in size. But do you mean is there more threatening ones? Absolutely. But it depends on the beast, I guess. On, you had to be able to develop solo strats, and it turned everybody into thinking they're a one-man army and nobody worked together. You know what's a game that I miss? I miss EA Games' MOBA. I wonder if anybody here even remembers that game. I'm Googling the name of it right now because I forgot. Dawngate. I wanted to say Splitgate, but I know that that's a first-person shooter. I miss Dawngate. Dawngate was fun. It was like a super chill vibes, it was a less difficult, less mandatory MOBA. And I missed the hell out of it. That game was cool. There can be a Forgotten Beast made of granite in the form of a hamster. Yeah, you could get a hamster Forgotten Beast. I've gotten rodent Forgotten Beasts before. I've gotten rats. Did they ever make that? Yes, they did. There's like, please, someone help. I've been here for months. I mean, don't just, you say, please, someone help. I've been here for months. I had like 3 Ettins locked in a room for like 300 years in long death. I recently let them out and put them in cages. Now they're in a zoo. Kind of miss Paragon. Isn't there multiple attempts to remake Paragon? I don't know if any of them have been successful, but because I know that they sold all the assets for it, which is kind of hilarious, actually. For some reason, I felt like diving into the Steam Dwarf Fortress common threads in their discussions, and that was a mistake. That's all I have to say to that. Pirates is an adventure. Boats aren't gonna happen for a while. The thing that I've been just the philosophy I've been living by with Dwarf Fortress for a while is just enjoy the game that the game is right now, and don't worry about the game that the game will be in the future, because it's gonna take a long time to get to that point. I have to go use the restroom, so I'm gonna go do that. I'll be back momentarily. Volcano Forge for glass and gold. The maker of tables is a forgotten beast. Its body is made of granite, and its form is of a giant hamster. Beware its poison tail. Ooh. It's terrifying. Not noxious secretions? That's the part that makes me confused. So, you got a dwarf here. Making lye. I'm gonna start making soap. Also, I put on a hoodie because it's getting to the time of year where it's actually kind of chilly in here. Nice. There we go. We can now make soap. Soap go! All right. I'm actually kind of curious about a thing. Oh, wow. Dwarves still need a lot of beds. Oh, boy. All right. Well. Let's end that recording. We're going to quickly designate up a new round of beds. Because glass is infinite, so I don't need to worry about running out of glass. You place it over top of a hole leading down to lava. Is how it works. So you fill up a little area with lava, and then you channel down into it, and you place them on top. And they don't show up in your build menus until you have lava around. So unless there's lava visible on your map, they're not visible to construct. And they need to be made out of lava-proof materials. Apparently a lot of dwarves still don't have beds, so we're fixing this problem. But yeah, they're quite simple, really, the Volcano Forge. Or Lava Forge. It also doesn't need to be volcano specifically. It could just be any place with lava can be a magma forge. Are useless or incredibly effective? They are too effective, I would say. But they do have a habit of breaking. But all traps have a habit of breaking. So some people blame it on the glass. I think traps just break. Got this, beautiful little lava flow area right here, which I'm having to dig around. Problem with having really big bedrooms is you need to make a lot of them. Thank you. Yeah, I'm really happy that we're gonna still have macros in premium though. That was something that the old heads were like, "You're removing macros?" But no, we are in fact getting macros, and I'm very happy about this. It's funny, you're going to be able to tell who's been playing this game for too fucking long and who is new to the game purely based on whether or not how much they use keyboard and how I guess, big their beard is, but... You removing ant macros, Smork? Pretty much. It's quite an accurate representation of a lot of the Dwarf Fortress community at times. Great people, sometimes somewhat orky. They're mowing the lawn outside right now, behind my building, which is fine. But it's pouring fucking rain. That can't be super effective lawn mowing. Like, it's pelting rain out there right now. Feel bad for the gardener. Although they kind of do a notoriously terrible job around my buildings, so maybe I don't feel bad for them. The company that my building decided to hire is not very good. Well, that's me being nice. They're very good at, like, absolutely destroying grass. Been trying to be more creative with your layouts? I don't know, I see it like this, you know, like an apartment building, unless it's like a Soviet, like, grid block with identical living spaces. Like, have different sizes of apartments, you know? Like, my building, like, each, depending on where you are in the building, the apartments and units vary in size. And I think Dwarf Fortress should be the same. Unless it's like planned housing. Like it's very much, houses all look different. Layouts look different. They're all personalized. Should do the same. I was out with a leaf blower and it was raining and a gale of force winds and he was trying to blow leaves off the pavement. Yeah, like they're weed eating out there, I think. It's like, what are you even doing? Although, people here from council, I don't think they've ever even gone into the garden. To the point where, like, me and one of my neighbors just straight up do guerrilla gardening in the backyard here. Where we're not supposed to. We're not supposed to touch or interfere with the gardens at all. Unless we're assigned volunteer hours, which basically nobody does. Or written down what we're doing. Meanwhile, like, me and my neighbor have planted strawberries, blackberry bushes, multiple rhubarb plants just in the garden. I grew weed, like, behind the hedges, with relative success, actually. Like, not they got about yay big. They weren't very happy. There wasn't super deep, and there wasn't nearly enough sun. But hey, got like 2 free ounces out of it. It was worth. Is there a minimum size to make dwarves happy? Dwarves don't really care about room size. They care about what's in the room. So as long as they have a chest, a cabinet, and a bed, they don't really care. And a door. They like to have a door. Because it's like, they want a place to put their clothes and a place to put their stuff. They put their stuff in the chest and their clothes in the cabinet. You could also give them armor stands if you want to be fancy. Dwarves aren't too complicated to please, though. They just can get kind of grumpy, and people get upset that they get grumpy, but in order to understand why dwarves get grumpy, you need to understand how time works in Dwarf Fortress. A day in Dwarf Fortress is about 30 seconds in our time. So imagine, like, you tell a dwarf to go work outside, or, like, haul a boulder to the top of a hill, right? And it's raining. Imagine that you spend 3 weeks hauling one boulder up a hill without a meal. You'd be pretty grumpy, too. You'd be pretty grumpy too. So, you know, frankly, I think that people don't give dwarves enough credit for the amount of effort that they put into their constructions. If anything, I think the dwarves do a much better job getting by in the day-to-day without, like, going completely insane than most, like, you know, workers here do. That's... up to there. Yeah. But yeah, I'll say I feel bad for the company that they hired a garden here. I don't feel bad for my building management. My building management is a bunch of fucking morons. But that's fine. I don't own this unit, so I don't really care all that much. Okay, I need to make more boxes because I sold them all. Aren't armor stands bugged? Oh yeah, no, they don't store anything on them, but the dwarves like to own them. You know, it's like they don't use the armor stands or weapon racks for anything aside from you can make them into a barracks. But like they won't hang their armor on them or anything. But dwarves get happy thoughts about being near their own specifically armor stand. So if you put an armor stand in their bedroom, they'll be like, "I'm near an armor stand." And that's basically it. To the point where I might just make like 300 armor stands at some point and put one in every bedroom. And a weapon rack. Because they get happy thoughts about being near them. Regardless of if they actually serve a practical purpose aside from just being... It's like putting a statue in their bedroom. They get equal happy thoughts by putting a statue in their bedroom. Yeah, it's like putting engravings on the walls of their bedroom, you know? Also, seriously, thanks to everybody who's been watching the YouTube videos. I cannot describe how much fun it is to just stare at graphs of numbers going up. This bedroom layout looks wild? I mean, it's not that wild. You should see cupos. They're just circles with bedrooms in them. You never noticed they were broken? If you don't ever delve into the more complex management of Dwarf Fortress, you'll never really encounter the issues with bins. But long story short is it can cause mass job canceling when they try, because a dwarf could go pick up one object from in a bin, or a dwarf could go pick up a bin. And if a dwarf picks up a bin, then all of the jobs that that other dwarves are trying to do when they were trying to get stuff out of the bin get canceled. And that's just one of many issues that they cause. There's just a lot of old bugs with bins that made them very annoying if you're trying to do the more automation-heavy side of Dwarf Fortress, which I don't do. I completely ignore all that shit, so they've never bothered me. I'm more bothered by things like Goblin Thong Rot than, like, bin problems. But bins are a very buggy feature in this video game. You like circles? I like turtles. I love turtles. So that's what's up with bins. It's like it's something that like I think more casual players will just never even encounter. Tell you more, please. Well, I mean, you can automate jobs with if-then statements. You can set up Dwarf Fortress to a point where you don't actually need to do anything anymore. Turtles looks like circles. This almost looks like circles. Like it can be more ovals, but turtles rhymes with circles though. So do you have Factorio Edition? I mean, Dwarf Fortress has minecarts. But, I mean, Dwarf Fortress doesn't have the same level of complexity in its crafting setups as Factorio. So I hesitate to make that comparison purely because like I don't want people to have the wrong expectations. But you can try and play Dwarf Fortress like Factorio. I recommend watching Tekkit if you want to find that sort of stuff. No, I mean, like, you can't automate building construction. I mean, there is a DF hack thing script that allows dwarves to auto build. And for a while there was, I haven't seen it on in forever, but there was a, what's it called? I also have a gun emote, so you could actually just do Terminator stuff, T2. But, there was a bot for a really long time, and I haven't seen in ages. I wonder what happened to it. That used to just be a fully automated fortress. And you could, like, use commands in the chat to, like, follow certain dwarves. But, like, it doesn't work as well as you'd want it to. Yeah, absolutely. You can make stockpile sorting and resource production chains, and, like, you can, like, hold on. Let's just say this. Soap, right? Make soap from tallow. Let's just say 10, right? Make 10 soap from tallow, right? And then I can go into conditions, and I'm bad at this, so be kind. I can add amount of available items is at least, and then I can edit these. I can add other conditions. I can change what the condition is. I can change the frequency of the condition. The item type, the item material, traits of the condition, and basically just automate it so that it will only make soap if I have less than a certain number of soap in my stockpiles at that time, and then I can using, and also I can put down recommended ones. So let's just remove these two. Delete. So amount of lye containing items is at least 10. So if there's at least 10 barrels of lye, they will make 10 soap. If there's enough allowed tallow. So if I have enough lye and enough tallow, then they will make soap. But then you can also set it so that they will only make soap if they're... Actually, I do... Yeah, I might as well just make lye. Lye. And, but, so, like, in theory, you can fully automate Fortress's, like, material needs. But, like, it's hidden away in menus. And then, like, using give and take stockpiles, which I also don't use, you can, like, select a stockpile and set it to get, like, underneath G. You can set it to a take pile or a give pile with T and G. So give it materials from this stockpile can only go to certain workshops and only acquire items from other specific places. Although this is just a wood stockpile, so that would be redundant. But like this is a clothing workshop. I could set all of these workshops, all of these clothing workshops, to only put the clothes into this stockpile, and then we wouldn't have any other clothes from other locations being put into this stockpile. So this stockpile right now is just a general clothing stockpile where any dwarf that doesn't want a piece of clothing anymore can just, or an old piece of clothing that gets dropped that loses ownership, could be put into this stockpile. Or I could set it so that it's a take stockpile that only takes from these clothing shops, and I could set this cloth stockpile to only take from these cloth workshops and only give to these workshops, and then restrict it to certain types of materials so that you only get dyed cloth in those You can do that if you want. I just can't be asked. Honestly, like it works well enough as is. And honestly, like a lot of that is the Dwarf Fortress UX, right? Like it's all clumsy and like hidden off in weird submenus that nobody looks at and people forget about, and then it just falls off, and then I forget about it, and then I delete something and it breaks the whole chain, and then everything cancels, and it's, you know, it's just, you can do that if that is something that interests you. But you can also just completely ignore it and like turn off all job cancellation notifications, which I do, and just like build a chill fort. Yeah, absolutely. Totally. Like, you could absolutely set up a cook plump helmets job if you have a surplus of plump helmets. You absolutely can do that, yes. And there, actually, I have I think 2 videos about the condition screen. Yeah, I uploaded it. When did I upload this? I don't know how coherent this video is, but there's a news video about the new conditions screen if you want to see what it looks like approximately now. Here, let's open this. I'll skim it. Yeah, so like this is what it looks like now. So like that's the orders menu, and then we move on from to the conditions screen. Drinks at 10, not satisfied for last check. But there's also suggested conditions down here, which I think is real neat. So like they've made the, instead of just adding them, there's now like a list of suggested conditions. This is the stuff that I think's kind of cool, that I might actually make me use these setups, is just being able to use suggested conditions. And then if they're much easier to edit and much quicker to edit and less fiddly, I could see myself automating stuff using these suggested ones. So like, yeah, no, I mean, it's getting reworked. It's getting tweaked. It's getting like improved, and that's what matters, right? Forum post is really helpful for using the manager system. Oh yeah, I've actually seen this before. Yeah. No, I mean, there's a lot of mechanics that even people who already play this game don't interact with at all because of the UI, which is why the UI change is good. And I can start smoothing walls. But yeah, I mean, like, if that's the kind of gameplay you crave, you can absolutely play Dwarf Fortress like that. Just like you can play Dwarf Fortress as a fantasy vampire murder hobo simulator in adventure mode. Or my favorite, creepy bard simulator, where you just go be a creepy bard. Like, it's a fantasy sim, and you can do what you want in it. Up to and including entirely automating your fortresses. Also, we're at 199 dwarves. Would you look at that? And the game still's running just fine. Miraculous. But yeah, it's part of the beauty of Dwarf Fortress is it's an extremely replayable game that quite literally has something in it for everybody. And I think that there's like an argument to be made that like there's other games that fill that niche, but I don't think that there's another game out there that has as many options for play styles, you know? Except for maybe like Minecraft, but that's purely because of mods. You don't know if FIFA 23 players would get much out of it? I don't know. Have you never played Goblin Head Soccer? Come on. It's a Dwarven classic. Or the legendary have you never read about the legendary crossbow throwing competition that took place in the mountain home of whatever the fuck it was called in the year 220? I mean, come on. Stakos won. But fortunately for the dwarves, the Demon King was a sore loser because considering he participated in the last 15 years worth of the crossbow throwing competition, the unfortunate thing is that was the first year that he lost. And the dwarves were worried that he would, like, commit mass genocide afterwards, but fortunately he didn't. He waited 3 years and then committed mass genocide. I'm making all of that up, but that's based on other things that I've read before and actual events that could happen in Dwarf Fortress. You love this? I don't love FIFA, but there's something in it for almost everybody. How's that? Hey, Psychon, what's up, dude? How's things? Good to see ya. Hope you've been well. Okay, hold on a second. I just gotta... Crossbows are complicated to operate. Either throw them. Easier to just throw them. Achieves roughly same goal. Pretty much, yes. This is way too amusing for me. If you think about it, there are a lot of similarities to fantasy football. What? Dwarf Fortress? Yeah, ordered. No, that's literally just like somebody stole it out of the packaging in a show, in a store. You draft an army? I mean, I suppose. It's a stretch. Even for me, that's a stretch. And they train? This is true. And you can build trains of minecarts. It's exactly like fantasy football, except minus the part where it's football and a sport. It's exactly like fantasy football, except it's got nothing in common with fantasy football. Pretty good. Well, and yourself? You're still alive somehow. Still alive. Let there be peace throughout the world. 91 years old. Yeah, I've got a elephant brood brewing down here. We bought them off the humans. The problem is they take 10 years to mature. So I'm waiting until I actually have a good number of them before I really do much with them. Oh, we should keep going around the edge of this. Elephant won't elephast. Uh-huh. Keep going. You'll show yourself out? It's okay, you know where the door is. Just don't let it smack you on the way out. That's too bad of a joke even for me. That's saying something. I stoop pretty low pretty frequently. Let's go all the way up to that. Pump up the green glass blocks in priority because they seem to have ceased being constructed at a rate that I deem viable. But your dwarf doing pretty good, Snail. Your dwarf doing pretty good. Just one of my stone workers, and you've been working in construction a whole lot, which is, you know, considering we're building a gigantic glass pyramid, a very important, long, and slow task. Although, you know, there was a post, I want to say on the DF subreddit a while ago, in one of the comment sections that mentioned that that Dwarf Fortress actually is the most modern game because arena mode is sort of an auto battler, which, you know, is a pretty popular, like, game amongst the youngins, as they described it. It's like, well, Dwarf Fortress is also an auto battler. I'm like, I don't know, that's a stretch, but I guess I could see it. It's like after everything else, it's even got an auto battler in it. It's basically how people bet on sports. Yeah, but it takes a lot of production value to dress it up enough to really It takes a lot to dress up arena mode enough to make it a interesting thing to interact with. And not many people put in that kind of effort. For whatever that's worth. Also, I hope his streams have been doing well on the topic of Krugs. I'll be completely honest, haven't watched his stuff in a while, so. Chat, is this too sassy? I just received a comment from somebody on my most recent video saying, hey, do you have a video where you explain the possible difference between the Steam version and the old one? And it's like, well, I can't really do that right now because I don't have the Steam version yet. But my response to this is, I can say that in one sentence. It's a patch. Same game, new UX. Is that like a fair statement? Seems to be. Caught some of it this morning. He said something along the lines of they've been doing better than his videos have. Well, duh. You know what's funny about that is I've told him that for years. Literally like 3 years ago, I was in a voice call with him. I was like, you know, literally, dude, you like just stream and you'll make like 5 times the money. And he's like, I don't know if that's true. It's a bit reductionist, but it's true. Oh. I shipped the comment, except I added in brackets, I might make a video like that once I have the new. I don't understand where the confusion comes from, but I might do like a Steam versus Class, or like what's the difference between Steam and Classic video once Classic is out, but just for people who are completely uninitiated. As there's clearly quite a lot of them. Need more glass makers, so it's time to run through and make a bunch of my masons into glass makers. Since they're already quite happy with masonry, they'll be quite happy with glass making too. It's a fun craft, and I'm sure they'll enjoy learning it. The UI and UX, the new UI will also be integrated into Classic, yes, but the old music lives on in Classic, and there will be no sound effects in Classic. Basically. You know, I would say it's pretty opaque, rather than greener on the other side, but you know, you do you. I just need more dwarves working on glass. Just remember who you're watching, Farana. Yeah, I don't know. I guess like some people are confused about like what about classic versus premium and all that crap, but like I guess I will just always be kind of surprised that people are surprised by that people are confused by that, but what can you do? Yeah, I'm happy that Krugs' streams have been doing well. That's good to hear. The one time I tuned in briefly and said hi, he had a super chat for $420.69 sitting up there. And I was like, okay, he's doing pretty good. Good. It's good to see he's been doing well. Because like his issue with it was back when I used to pester him about how he should stream is that it was like a stage fright thing. It's like you know, when you're used to presenting yourself as a very, very polished, edited, well-presented, scripted thing, I think it kind of throws people off when you then also maybe don't speak as clearly, you know? Maybe you don't speak as... Maybe your presentation and work isn't as scripted, and it's very easy to, like, overthink that, I guess. So, I can see it. You know, like, I'm used to being an idiot that babbles on the internet, and at some point probably someone's gonna go back through my VODs and catch me on a bad day and see me saying something stupid, and then I'm gonna regret it and have to put out a public apology, and I have to be careful about what I say to avoid that from to keep that from happening. But it's like, at the same time, it's like we're doing it live, for better or for worse. Let's go. Exposing the unpolished side of oneself. I'll have you know, my side is pretty polished right now. I had a shower this morning. I feel all nice and smooth. Nice and clean. It's good. But sometimes my attitude is less than polished. All right, let's throw down some beds. I also need more beds. Bed. Just make 80. Make them out of bloodthorn. I got lots of that. It was like ages ago. Actually, I should ask him again. Ages ago, I invited Krugs to be on one of my Bay 12 talks, where I chat with Zach and like I invited him onto the second one, I think, and he turned me down because he said that he would just die of anxiety. I was like, really? Okay. But investments are open. You want to invest your tickets, chat? Another dwarf has given birth to a boy. How many kids have you had now, dwarf? Only one? Well, congrats. Feeling brave today? You're going to invest 3? Well, good luck. Good luck. Also, hey, Darren, how are you? Happy only 4 weeks, 4 days, 17 hours, 27 minutes, and 48 seconds until Dwarf Fortress release day. You're going to invest 3,000? 30,000, okay. Yeah, only 3. Good luck, animal. Also, if somebody wants to get a bunch of retweets from me on Twitter, go make a Twitter bot that tweets once an hour, reminding people when Dwarf Fortress is going to release. I'm just saying. Let's hope for the best. I hope so too. I wish you all the luck. Also, I don't know if this is Elon's fault. I think it's Elon's fault, but my God, I've been getting followed by a lot of random bots recently. Like, plenty of, like, legitimate followers as well, but there's so many just, like, oh, it's just, like, 50 photos of, like, one woman that just say, subscribe to an Instagram account or a OnlyFans, and then just, like, 20,000, they're following 20,000 people with, like, 12 followers. Wasn't bots the thing you wanted to fix? I don't know, but, like, I don't know, I get, like, 4 of them a day now. I feel like someone just like turned their bot farm onto overdrive just out of spite. That's what it feels like. So I'm gonna fix it. You know, honestly, I think what he was like is, I have too much money and I don't like people who keep calling me out on Twitter, so I'm going to call people out on Twitter. Damn! Animal. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Animal, who just, like, blew everybody else's investments out of the water and is becoming the, actually, he might be in the top 5 richest now. Yay, fake money. Exactly. Well, let me see. Are you in the top 5 richest? I think you might be. Animal, you're number 3. You only need 58,000 to be number 1. Ace Battalion. You lost your 3 tickets? I'm sure you'll get them back in 45 minutes to an hour. Actually, an hour, I think. Hour 15? You'll have them back? Only need to beat my 2 mil to set a new record. This is true. You know, it's funny. I had someone unironically ask me, is this some crypto shenanigans? It's like, no, it's a random points bot that has been running in my chat since 2015. Completely unrelated. Also, I would get banned from Twitch if it was tied into an actual valuable cryptocurrency or something with actual real world value. I would get banned from Twitch. Strange dreams? Did you wake up just now and my stream's still on? Because that would be kind of perfect. Morning, Pablo. Or afternoon, I suppose. Especially considering we ended with Cheese Runner. And just manually assigning some beds to some dwarves. Turns out I got a lot of dwarves that don't have beds yet. When you woke up to cheese, I see nothing wrong with this. Worst things you could, in fact, wake up to. You did invest 420 before investing all of them. And it only counted towards your first yeah, if you invest, that's the amount that you invested. You like my bedroom pattern? It's not really a pattern. It's just I have a macro that makes circles and then I hollow them out. But these are the dwarven suburbs. They're pretty chill, frankly. We're making llama soap, by the way, and sheep soap. I wonder how how the hospital's doing for soap. Sweet, it's full of buckets, and it's got 750 of 750 soap. Increase that. Increase that. Increase that, but I'll need to acquire powder. Increase that. Increase that. Increase that. And increase that. Higher capacity hospital for the future. Because you know we're going to need them. Regardless, though, I hope you had a good sleep, Pablo, and welcome back. As we continue to fill out the sides of this. Also, to anybody who is new here, keep in mind and mark your calendars. I haven't put up the announcement video yet, so it's not 100% confirmed yet, but I'd say it's about 70 to 80% confirmed. On the 17th of this month, so 2 weeks from today, at about 3 p.m. Pacific, which is about an hour and 20 minutes from now, Tarn, at the very least, Adams, half of Bay 12 Games. Sometimes they both show up, but usually half, will be in voice chat, and we'll be talking about some Dwarf Fort. So if you want to listen to the Toad himself live, mark your calendars. That'll be a fun day. And I'm looking forward to it. And I usually put up a video where I let community members submit questions, so. Discord voice chat? Discord voice chat. The 17th of this month, 2 weeks from today. 2 weeks from today. About an hour from now, 2 weeks from today. There will be an announcement video once it's confirmed. I wonder how many people are going to ask about a release date. Bruh. I wish I had a bruh button. Oh well. Actually, no, people are going to be like, when are we getting adventure mode? This is what's going to happen, actually. It's just going to, swap the, actually, why can't we pre-order it? Because it's pretty, like Clino pointed this out. It's actually hilarious how quickly the discussion on the Steam forums went from, this is never coming out, and this is a dead game. I'm getting tired of waiting. Stop making us wait so long. Speed up. Get help. Develop the game faster, you slowpoke, and all that. It's amazing how quickly the Steam discussions went from that to, why can't we pre-order it yet? Shut up and take my money.gif? Yeah, pretty much. Like, literally, it's just like, immediately people just went from, like, what? When's it coming out? It's never coming out to, and I'm getting tired of waiting to, why can't we pre-order it? It's hilarious how quickly it swapped. A lot of people are talking about it. Like, why they won't open pre-orders? Pablo? Is that what you're asking? Because believe it or not, in order, like, this is the actual reason, but there is a way around it that they probably could do if they wanted. On Steam, if you as a developer have never released a game before, the developer, not the publisher, the developer. If the developer has never released a game before, you cannot set up pre-orders. You have to be a verified previous Steam developer to be, or be a major release in order to open pre-orders. the thing is, Dwarf Fortress is absolutely a major release, and they could probably just get on the phone with Gabe Newell and be like, open our fucking pre-orders. And they probably would do it, but that actually is the reason as to why they don't have pre-orders right now. Valve is an ass then? What? Yeah, I beg your fucking pardon? But no, there's no reason to open pre-orders. Pre-orders are so redundant. For on a digital platform, like, pre-orders are ridiculous unless you're like selling cosmetics or some day one DLC or some garbage. But like, there's no reason for them to have pre-orders. Yeah, I didn't know that either. I learned about that at PAX. And it's the same reason why it's not in early access, is there is a rule where if you put a game into early access, you have to have a reasonable 1.0 date. Dwarf Fortress is probably never going to actually hit 1.0. Like, I'm going to be blunt here, it's probably never going to hit 1.0. Maybe in like 80 years after Zach and Tarn have passed away and I'm dead and it's an open source project. Maybe that. And it doesn't matter. But the reason they're not going to do an early access date is because in order to release it from early access, they'd have to call it 1.0, and they don't ever want to do that. Because that would ruin the whole point. Will it be sentient? I don't know. But that would ruin the whole point of early access. It would be just like... And plenty of games do that, you know? So it's like Warframe. Yes, but like plenty of games do that, where they just kind of fudge it and say, fuck it, it's 1.0, ship it, right? Even if like they themselves don't feel that it is. But because like Dwarf Fortress is such an ongoing stalwart project, they don't want to do that. And like that makes sense. You know, like if they could release it right now as early access and then just be like, blah, it's 1.0. But like it's not. So it's just a number, exactly. And it depends on your development philosophy. And if your philosophy is this game is less than half done, then let them have their development philosophy and quit asking them to put it in early access, you sillies. Which is my philosophy, is just let the devs do what the devs want to do and shut up. And that's that simple. Not to be a weirdo, Useless Sigma, but that's literally what they're doing. Like, if you go to bay12games.com/dwarves right now, the version number that they're currently on is this. 47.05. The game is about 47% done. Currently. Based on their goals and game roadmap. And it's been in development since 2002, approximately. Publicly playable since 2006. So, you know. Why a weeb digital board game is called Orange Juice 100%? I mean... That game's pretty good, for one thing. But, why does it matter? Especially if it's a game you don't care. I'm pretty sure that game started, like, invented the term touching butts. In relation to a specific meme, but anyway. What does the 100% signify? Couldn't tell you. But you do have to fill up a juice meter, and if you fill up the juice meter, you win. I'm thinking either 49 or 50 on the dot. Krista, 49 or 50 on the dot. Maybe 51. Tarn was, I asked Tarn about this at PAX, and he was saying we need to do the math on that, but he says it's probably going to land somewhere between 50 or just below 50. That is such a stupid question to ask. I'm not even going to respond to it, Pablo. Sirelac, what up? It's good to see you. You're going to head off? You have a good night, Verona. Thanks for hanging out. Or afternoon, or whatever time it is where you are. MechWarrior 5 with friends? Fuck yeah. Good game. I like that game. Are you tuning back in, heading out, or just saying hi, Darren? Okay, sweet. More bedrooms. Waving goodbye to Farana. Sometimes you just wave and it's like, did you just tune in? Did you just tune out? Are you adding something? Like, what's happening? We'll need to run on a VPU of vampire processing. Gotta process those vampires somehow. But no, I mean, it's just the classic, like, I mean, computer tech gets better as things are developed, so who knows what computers are going to look like in 20, 30 years. I have no way to actually answer that question. God, I hate my bad eye so much. It's not even funny, chat. Keep seeing shit out of it. Like, some people, like, feel like they see ghosts. It's like, I don't think I see ghosts, but my brain tries to interpret the blurs and light that my bad eye gets sometimes, and it's just like, I keep seeing faces over here, and it's freaking me out. Thing I would love to see is the speculation of what threads. The specification of what threads you want used in your hospital? Oh, to stop them from using adamantine strands? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. On the Steam Deck, hey, by the way, you'll have to use a compatibility layer. You'll have to use a compatibility layer unless you have installed Windows on your Steam Deck. But, current versions of Dwarf Fortress run quite well on the Steam Deck, from what I've heard. Although it's difficult to play it with an on-screen key. Uh-oh, ghost. Although it's difficult to play it with an on-screen keyboard, so it's, like, not recommended. You see giant centipedes? I'm sorry. I usually see, like, weird upside-down faces looking at me out of this eye. Like, when this eye thinks it sees stuff, it's like, weird upside-down face. It's like, but okay, no, it's just fine. Who are you gonna call? My mom. It's the only person I ever talked to on the phone. Like, literally. What if they were all ghosts? Hear me out. What if they were just figmentations of my brain's malfunctions? One is logical, the other is human fantasy. Mayor Gremlin. Yes, that's absolutely who we're going to call. But yeah, no, ghosts are fun to fantasize about, I'm not going to lie. They are an interesting storytelling motive for human lore, but They're certainly not ghosts. Just like sleep paralysis is just your brain going haywire and trying to process the information it's receiving. One is less scary than the other. Depends on which one you're experiencing at the current time and your superstition levels. Have I ever done psychedelics and did it affect your vision? Yes and no. I mean, like, there was color warping. So I've done mushrooms. Like color warping, yeah. But did it affect my bad eye? No. It didn't like open an extra eye or anything. But I've never really done large doses of mushrooms, so who the fuck knows? I have to be very careful with psychedelics because none of my friends are brave enough to hang out with me when I'm on psychedelics or do psychedelics themselves. So one of these years I'll convince Kevin to. But like, because I'm diabetic, I have to be very careful and like plan my day around the whole thing. So I have to be smart. Have I heard of King of Dwarves? No, I played King Under the Mountain. Oh, this thing. Right. So, fun fact. There's a game called King Under the Mountain on Steam. This was also called King Under the Mountain. Yeah, I've heard of it. I don't know anything about it, though. I've seen the Steam page. Yeah, I've played King Under the Mountain, which is a very sad game. It's just so unfinished, and like they keep getting publishers and then getting dropped by the publishers and then getting publishers. It's just, this game could be super cool. This is the one that I've played. Could be super cool, but I fear it will never be finished like so many others. Yep. And it's Dwarf Fortress. Oh, Lord of Dwarves, yeah. I have played Lord of Dwarves. Seen the trailer? Yes, I've seen the trailer. They keep sending me marketing emails from their PR company. Am I interested in it? Not really. To me, it kind of looks like a weird 3D Dungeon Keeper thing, and I look at it and I go, it just kind of looks janky. I don't know. It's just kind of, I'm skeptical. We'll see. A well-produced trailer does not indicate actual interest, never elicits interest from me. Good reviews or a solid gameplay demo elicits interest from me, and I haven't seen either of those things out of that game. All I've seen out of that game is weird naming decisions and questionable graphical design. So, I don't know. No real reason for me to get interested or excited until I can play it. Hey, Curses, welcome back. What about Lord of Dwarves? I mean, Lord of Dwarves is somebody's random hobby project that I played like 20 minutes of and then forgot existed. That was my experience with Lord of Dwarves. Maybe I'll go back to it at some point, but. Since we're talking about dwarf games, have you heard of The Dwarves? Isn't that game like ancient? Or are you saying something else? Here's the thing, right? That you guys need to realize, right? I like Dwarf Fortress. I don't like, and I'm not interested in every game that has dwarves in it. I like Dwarf Fortress because of what Dwarf Fortress is, and I'm looking at this game right now and going, yeah, it's not interested in. I like games that are like Dwarf Fortress. I don't care if they happen to have dwarves in them. The reason I enjoy Dwarf Fortress isn't because of the fact that it has dwarves in it. And that's just kind of a fact. And will just kind of always be that way. Like, the dwarves are coincidental. Your friend plays DF for the dwarves? Sure. I mean, like, they could be space blobs, but if it had the same level of depth and complexity and interest, then that's what keeps me coming back. That's kind of the fact. Stares at dwarf-themed emotes? It's almost like the emotes are for the chat and branding purposes. Almost. You know, maybe. Slight. I mean, sure. I'll certainly play from other perspectives once they're playable and an option. Why not? So, yeah, I don't know. There's plenty of games on Steam that are about dwarves, and very few of them garner even a mild dismissal from me, let alone interest. Of course, you know, there are examples of games that do cause interest. You know, King Under the Mountain is one. You know, games like Clan Folk as well are similar-ish to a degree. But I don't know. Although when it comes to King Under the Mountain, if you're even remotely interested in King Under the Mountain, just go play Clan Folk, because Clan Folk does almost everything that King Under the Mountain does that's interesting, minus the fantasy theme, and it just takes place in Scotland instead, which basically is just fantasy. So just go play Clan Folk if you want to play a game that's like King Under the Mountain. I mean, it's true. It's actually very mechanically similar. It's time for bed. You guys will go to bed then? All right, listen to your phone if you must. Bah. Or you could fight the power and go to sofa instead. Maybe chair. Chair is also pretty good. Depending on the size of chair. Maybe even you could use chair as bed replacement. But you have a good night's sleep, Onyx. Cheers. Chairing is caring. My chairing is certainly caring about forcing my back to be straight, which is great for my posture, but bad for my back because my back gets sore. Because my back go, no, I want to slouch. And I go, yeah, I know, back. Well, or I could stay for another hour. I don't know. I could also time you out for 8 hours so you go sleep. Depends on if you need to sleep or not. If you need to sleep, fucking go to bed, dude. Sweet dreams are made of these. Who had a mind to disagree? Travel the world and the 7 seas. Everybody is looking for something. Or you could just be like that one person in my chat who's just like, all right, guys, it's time for bed. Goes to bed, pops back into chat. Hey, guys, 2 minutes later, I thought you went to bed. I am in bed. Ah, I see. Sweet dreams are made of cheese. Who had a mind to disagree? I traveled the world and the cheddar seas. Everybody is looking for... Fuck, I need a cheese. Help. Gonzalo. Everybody's looking for Gonzalo. It's too many syllables. Doesn't work. I need 2 syllables. I mean, I guess you could just say something, but... Everybody is looking for Swiss cheese. Doesn't work. See you next week. We'll see you on next year's, dude. I'm sure I'll figure out some stuff to shove up on the YouTube channel over the weekend. Sweet Dreams is the name of the song. Not the Marilyn Manson version. Although the Marilyn Manson version's pretty good, aside from, instead of sweet dreams are made of these, it's sweet dreams are made of these. Everybody is live on there. Yeah. I don't mind Marilyn sometimes, but that's genuinely how he sounds when he sings that song. It just sounds like he smoked a, like, chain smoked a pack and then just like is into a microphone. You know what I'm amazed by is my view count didn't drop when I did that. You played that for my mom on my car's stereo, and she enjoyed it in her set. Wait, really? As in like the Marilyn Manson version? Because that's kind of surprising to me. All right, chat. So we are at war with one goblin civ, the rhyming tick. We're gonna go start a war with another one. How about the hair? Oh, nope, those are humans. Turns out that, I mean, we could go siege some humans. Don't see any reason to. Looking for goblins. Everybody is looking for goblins. She appreciates the emotion? Really? Wow, good for her. All right. The Tick of Creeps. Let's go hit the Tick of Creeps. Good luck, dwarves. We're sending out my squad to go assault the Tick of Creeps, a goblin civilization. We're going to try and steal stuff. Just because I think we should have more sieges coming in. More into radar love. I mean, hey, whatever floats your boat, man. The outpost liaison has arrived, along with the dwarves who are here to trade. Oh, so speaking of Darude, Darude Sandstorm, obviously his name of song. That's an old meme that I very much respect, by the way. Did you know that Darude streams like 4 times a week now? He just streams DJ sets. His streams are pretty chill, actually. He never plays Sandstorm, though. Yeah, really. Twitch.tv/Darude. He also played a concert at TwitchCon the very first time I went to TwitchCon. So TwitchCon 2016. And it was very funny because he didn't play Sandstorm. And everybody's just like, oh god, he better play Sandstorm. And he didn't play Sandstorm. So the whole meme was Darude didn't play Sandstorm. Which is way too fucking funny to me. Because, you know, honestly, if I was Darude, I wouldn't play Sandstorm either. I see, okay. I thought there was a hole in the ceiling. There isn't. Snowstorm. That would be very Darude. Wow. Although I showed my, speaking of things I didn't expect my parents to like, I showed my dad 9-inch nails recently. Pretty Hate Machine specifically. and he made it through the first Head Like a Hole, the first 2 tracks, and he said, you know, I wouldn't ever listen to this of my own accord, but it's pretty good. I consider that a win. You don't think you've heard any of his songs other than Sandstorm? You probably have, because it gets licensed in things constantly. Like, constantly. He just writes, I don't want to say generic, very simple trance music that's very popular, is what Darude does. But if you're like not into the trance scene, then yeah, you would never encounter him. And you know what? It's probably for the best. I'm personally not a huge fan of his music. But every now and again, I will just throw on his streams in the background just because it's usually just him literally vibing out, which is what his show is called on Twitch. And just occasionally talking at chat. He takes callers, like, he has a Google Voice number, and he takes live callers on his stream, too. It's like, it's a pretty cool show. He's a neat guy. But he's like Kevin MacLeod, except, like, his music isn't free. Like, he sells albums, but I don't think Kevin MacLeod sells albums. Kevin MacLeod is, like, kind of a legend, though. Not that Darude isn't, but Lycott's the liaison from our mountain homes, and they're asking what we want. Anvils and metal bars. I want steel and iron. Kevin MacLeod? Nope. Never looked, never cared, never really bothered. I've also never used any of his music in my videos. I pay for licenses. From audio services, usually. They're amazing, really? Huh. Cow milk are made of cow milk cheese? How do you do that without sweet dreams are made of these? Sweet dreams are cow milk cheese. Who am I to disagree? I traveled the way of the 7 seas. I think I traveled the world of the cheddar cheese is probably better. Not what you meant? Okay. Sweet dreams are cheddar cheese. There you go. That could work. These lyrics are sharp. Oh boy. How did we get here? Like, genuine question. It's just a lot of cows in the music video. Ooh. I don't actually think this one can get to me, though. The Forgotten Beats Cuts Mob... Oostklok Cuts Mob. Self-referential. Has come. A towering cockroach composed of water. It has an enormous shell, and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its web. So you only need to hit it once. But good luck hitting it. Because it has an enormous shell. Which means you need extraordinarily high accuracy to actually hit it. Huh. But it's made of water, so you poke it and it will pop. I think that this thing originates in New York apartment buildings.
Cheese for everyone!
Finally, someone did it. Really? All right, animal. Hello, Heartbroke Pinky. Any idea what the pricing will be for DF Premium? $30 or your regional equivalent. $30 USD. $29.99. Or maybe actually 30 on the dot. I think it's $29.99, I would assume. US. Huh. Well, fortunately, it's in a place where I don't think it can get to me. I haven't really gone into this cavern layer much. Hey, Clino, what's so dear? This Forgotten Beast or something else? The fact that it's made of water is kind of hilarious, though. Moving real slow. It's a water beast? Oh, yeah, well. Like I said, it's in an area where it can't get to me. Although, to be fair, this cavern is, like, largely water, so that does make some sense. I can't wait to buy Dwarf Fortress Premium Edition on December 6th, 2022 for $30 USD or my regional equivalent. I'm very excited. You should be too. You know, it's funny because, like, I don't really talk about myself as an influencer, except I've been in full fucking influencer mode ever since the release date got announced. I try to, like, avoid influencing sales unless it's something that I genuinely believe in, and now we're just here. It's just like, just stop asking questions. Buy Dwarf Fortress. Serious question, though. Why do they keep editing the tags? They keep changing the tags on Premium. Also, I want to know what this means. What does added O sextended? Empty string. Change search 64. Change, like, what? What does that mean? Huh. They bored? They're doing something. Go buy this game once it's out, yes. Took a break to watch your favorite DF YouTube series and then got distracted by the kitty? Oh. Well, that's good. I hope that you enjoyed your favorite YouTube Dwarf Fortress. What's your favorite Dwarf Fortress YouTube series? Now I'm curious. Was it hoodie hair? I'm trying to think. Like, could be Krug Smash. Oh. I see. I was gonna say, it can't be me. It's not fair. I do actually wonder if those videos though have increased the traffic to the Bay 12 forums. search operating system architecture. Oh, hold on. I wonder. Let me check something. Oh, we have recommended requirements now. Interesting. I'll bet you it was this. So chat, unless you have a computer with a dual-core 4 gigahertz CPU, 4 gigabytes of RAM, and 500 megabytes of available space, you can't run Dwarf Fortress. Blah. That moment when you finally realize that Blind has a Twitch channel and isn't just on YouTube. Dude, I've had a YouTube channel since 2014, and I've taken YouTube seriously since about the end of 2018. I actually tweeted at one point with a screenshot saying, I'm going to start taking YouTube seriously. And I've been streaming full-time since 2016 and streaming since 2012. So, I'm an old hat on Twitch. I've been here for 10,000. I've been here since before I had fucking gray hair. That's how long I've been here. 500 megabytes. How many floppy disks is that? I actually don't know. How much space is on a floppy disk? 1.44 megabytes. So, a lot. Actually, hold on a second. Calculator. I'm bad at math. So you're gonna have to spare me and and humor me for a second here. How the heck do you say your name? $347.2 floppy disks. I don't have to attempt. So I'm gonna go with Angenfil. It is pronounced. Uh-huh. It would fit on your iPod shuffle. Oh, your But Angenville Ahoyger. Ahoy. It's Welsh. Anghenville Oloiger. That's the last time I'm gonna say the whole thing. Can I just call you Angenville? Or will you kill me? Or I could just call you Welsh person and just leave it at that. But thank you very much for that brand new Prime subscription. Enjoy the stupid skulls and the dwarfs and the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days, courtesy of Amazon. Reddit post for system requirements? I mean, you maybe go get, like, some fucking karma for that shit. Karma whoring? That's not the wrong way to spell horror in this instance. You'd spell that with a W. Also, is that really the best one I've ever done, Clino? Because you realize that I edited that video at, like, after, like, I finished my stream last night, ate dinner, and then immediately started editing that and finished it at 1:30 in the morning. And it was just, like, kind of in a fuck it, ship it mood. Like, that's maybe the least re-records and, like, editing time I put into one of those in a while. Yeah, snort the powdered karmas. Yeah, someone has to. Can't discuss. You have to discuss with the Gremlin campaign team. Gotcha. Ross good. Yeah, well. But yeah, I've been a Twitch person for a very long time. YouTube is, I guess, up until recently been a side hustle for me. It's only in the last, I would say, year and a half actually started to make me noticeable money. And by noticeable money, I mean it pays my internet bill and half of my phone bill, which is nice. It's nice that YouTube is starting to do well. If YouTube did as well for me every month as it has this, or every single day as it has in the last 48 hours, it might match what I do on Twitch, which is like 30,000 views a day, basically, which is what my YouTube channel has done the past 2 days, which has been very nice, and I hope it keeps at it. But Twitch, I think, will always be my priority, or streaming will always be my priority, whatever platform I'm on. It doesn't really matter to me. Looks like the military's returned. They run all the way down there. Well, fuck, pretty far. We snuck in undetected by the tick of creeps of the curse of entering. Well, we weren't cursed by entering, that's true. We stole livestock from finger witches. Well, that's good. Finger witches put it in ditches. Find that really interesting. You know that you've been subscribed to you on YouTube for maybe 3 to 4 years and you just didn't realize that you could just get the milk directly from the source here. Well, I just kind of, I try not to be too pushy about bringing people over to the Twitch channels because I just kind of accept that a large portion of the audience is just like YouTube centric, and that's fine. It's 3,000. I mean, I think the most viewed one has like 9,500 views, Gleno, but that's because YouTube algorithmed it for some reason. Oh, wow. We got 6 plus 4. We got 10 beak dogs. We're going to be eating beak dog for brunch. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that one's doing really well. I think this is probably the... Although my YouTube channel's hot right now, but, like, this is the best one has ever done in a first day. Like, normally these get about 1,000 views in the first day, and then over the rest of the month, they slowly trickle up to 3,000 to 5,000 usually. But this video just going bonkers is pushing everything right now. Very young twins and being naive. Well, I mean, take care of your personal life, right? The YouTube channel kind of has a life of its own, and that's totally fine. Now let's go trade, I think. I got rather distracted by a few things. That's a lot of construction happening. Jeez. Well, let's see if we can get those up to 10,000 views average. I know. Do I think I will be doing guide content once the Steam DF emerges? So I used to do these videos which were just like quick tips videos. I'm not much of a tutorial maker. To quote friend of the show, Krug Smash, I'm not that much of a psychopath. There's just something about making tutorials that is just slow, methodical, time-consuming, and exhausting. As for like very detailed how-to content, probably not. I'm certainly going to do like a getting started series, but what I will do is I will remake this playlist. Dwarf Fortress for Beginners. These are just like under 5-minute tips videos, which are just me explaining shit on my stream generally. And that's my plan, is I want to remake those because I think that was a really good series in a format that nobody else does. There are two other people that I can just state bluntly, Salford Sal and Tekid, that they both do. I don't know if Salford Sal is going to do more. I actually haven't talked with her. But Tekid, I know for a fact, is already working on tutorials and scripting tutorials for premium. And he makes like the 30 super methodical, like here's how every single mechanic works, right down to the base numbers and how to perfectly automate shit advanced tutorials. So I'm just going to leave that stuff to him. And I'm going to redo my simple, like, how to hook up a bridge. You know, how to acquire this particular material. What to do if you have too much of this. 3 ways to improve frame rate, that kind of shit. He's how you learn to work orders work. I mean, yeah, no, I mean, I've learned stuff from him. Like, I'm not a mechanical player. I'm a role player generally. Like, I like putting the dwarves into situations and seeing what the fuck happens. That's what entertains me. So I'm going to stick to that. And I will, like, I'll probably do videos on, like, how to make forts look pretty. I think I might make some modding videos. I'll probably put out a couple videos on, like, how to modify Classic to make it perform and act like Premium. I'll probably do that. But really, like, realistically, the number of tutorials I do will be lower than other channels. I'd rather promote people who do a better job of that kind of content than me. There's, believe it or not, in regards to military scheduling, go to the Kit Fox Games YouTube channel. Go to this YouTube channel, yeah, and then go to their videos, yeah, and then scroll down. Where is it? This video. Military scheduling. So, fun fact, they sent me the footage for this and got me to voice it. They basically were just like, here is a, a list of everything that happens in this video, which is basically just these right here. And then I ran through and just like narrated it and explained how the game works based on my knowledge of it. So if you want to like see what scheduling is going to look like in Premium, it's literally right there. It's just on Kit Fox's channel, not mine. It was literally just like I received a DM. It's like, hey, you're good at explaining Dwarf Fortress stuff. Can you explain some Dwarf Fortress stuff for a video for us? I was like, yeah, sure. So I watched the footage like 10 times in slow motion and then just voiced over it. Which is why some people still think that I actually have it, which I don't. Largely because of that video. You look forward to it? You're the same. You just like to see how crazy you can make things happen when the system copes. Yeah, no, I mean, like, I will definitely be doing some tutorial content. It's just I won't be doing as much tutorial content as other people. So I recommend following other kind of Dwarf Fortress related content creators because I'm not the only person and there are dozens of us. There are, in fact, dozens of us. And I hope that everybody gets to kind of rise together as premium releases. Like, to be blunt, I'm normally like a 45 to 50 viewer streamer, generally. On an average day. On a good day, on a below average day, on a good day we'll be at 60 to 70. On a good day we'd be at like 80 to 90. And I've been hovering around 100 since Monday, which has been really, or since Tuesday. But on Tuesday I got a buttload of raids. Like today I've had like almost no raids except for one from Suey 2 hours ago. We've been hovering around 100 all day. We shall rise. Rise! Yes. You posted my latest video? Well, thank you. The algorithm sent you praise, the almighty algo. The rising tide, totally. But something that I know some people have been concerned about, and I'm just going to be pretty blunt about this. Because some people are genuinely worried about, like, chat activity, I'm just going to say this. If this channel gets to a point where it's big enough where the chat starts to get hard to read, I'm going to restrict chat speed for people that aren't subscribed and just have like a 2-second delay on the speed that people can type. Because there's a channel that I've watched on and off for like eons named Dex Bonus. Goes by Dodger. She's best mom on Twitch. She has, I think, a 5-second delay for people that aren't subbed and no delay for people who are on frequency of posting, and it removes like all chat spam. So that's something that I'm going to try and focus on. Is if this channel does get bigger, I'm going to do everything in my power to keep the chat readable, because I don't want to become one of those channels where the chat just becomes unreadable. Which, why are you sending me notifications? I mean, I've been through this before, right? Like, for people who've been around this channel for a really long time, we got our start in weird modded PC games. Worked my way into RimWorld, did RimWorld for a while, eventually got sick of the way that game was balanced, moved away from RimWorld, and eventually just kind of graduated back to the game that I played originally, which is Dwarf Fortress, after years of pestering from my chat. And it's like, I've been through big release cycles before. I've been through there's 2,000 people who've never played this game a day tumbling into the chat and asking a lot of questions, and chat becoming unreadable. I've been through this before. I know what I'm doing to a degree. To a degree. So I think that we can get through. With your 30-day layoff going... Oh, really? You're getting a 30-day layoff? Why's that? The hell? That sucks. But, hey, good timing, though. 30-day forced vacation during the release of Dwarf Fortress. Winning! What about RimWorld did I not like? So, just because I still have this tab up. Anyway, no, the thing that I don't like about RimWorld is I think it's a very, very, very well-made little video game. It's an excellent little strategy tower defense game with some storytelling elements, but I loved the alphas of RimWorld. I really liked a lot of mechanics that were in the game early on in its development, before it was on Steam, and then as it went on, as early days on Steam. I really liked the fear mechanics. I liked the way tantrums worked originally. I liked the way... There was a lot of mechanics that instilled a lot of randomness and kind of just straight up bullshittery into that game that I really enjoyed. Things like suppressive fire, and a lot of that stuff just got removed in place of more granular strategy stuff. And I just don't like that. And I never liked the way RimWorld is balanced. RimWorld is balanced to break strategies that are optimal. Whereas, like, Dwarf Fortress has, like, you can make an impenetrable fort in Dwarf Fortress and just focus on the story, right? You can do that. If you want to just use drawbridges and, like, automated switches and build super deep underground in an enclosed bunker, you can never, like, deal with any threats ever. and have a great time, right? RimWorld doesn't let you do that even on the easy difficulty. And the fact that they balance the game in such a way so that unless you are playing and using all of the mechanics in the game at all times, you can't win. And on one hand, that makes it a better game, but it vastly ruins my fun with it. So by the time the game hit 1.0, I didn't want to play it anymore. I got about 4,000 hours out of it, and I am very happy with it. I think the game's fine. I don't actually have any issues with it. I just have no interest in playing it anymore because it's just no longer a game for me. But, I mean, I help organize the Hot Potato Charity Marathon from the behind the scenes, which is happening in a couple of weeks here. And, you know, last year we, as a crew, raised like almost $90,000 for Doctors Without Borders, and fuck yeah, let's do it again. Yeah, I don't like the way the game's balanced. And there's two, that's the one major thing that I have with it. The other major thing is on the Kickstarter, they said the game would never go on sale, and they said there would never be paid DLC. There is 3 very expensive DLCs for that game now. And that game has sold like 3 million copies. And there's like 8 people on the dev team. So it's like the opposite problem of Terraria, where it's like, why are you still patching this game for free? What the fuck? Whereas it's like, come on, guys. Like, I don't know. For me, they would gain a lot of goodwill from me personally if they just turned around one day and were like, oh, here's a full DLC and it's free. That would be a way to get a lot of goodwill from me. And it's not a, oh, you can't make money situation. It's a, why do you have to make all of the money? If that makes any sense. I don't need to kill all of these calves. I need to kill the adults. Just kind of selecting stuff and not paying attention. All right, let's go up. So, I don't know. That's I mean, it's a fantastic game, and if you play it a lot, it's a great game. And like there's a fantastic community around it, and I wish them all the success, but it's just not a game I want to play anymore. No, I get it, Haas. I get it. It's a business. Makes sense. But, you know, for the way I feel about RimWorld is like, imagine if, like, you know how Dwarf Fortress is coming to Steam, right? Dwarf Fortress has Classic, which is free. And they've stated it's going to remain free and they're going to keep updating it. In 5 years, if they were like, actually, Classic isn't going to be free anymore, and if you want to play Classic, it's now $20. And Premium's $40, by the way. If they did that, I'd feel about the same about Dwarf Fortress as I do about RimWorld. That's the closest analogy I can come up with. But they're not going to do that, right? So there's... Yeah, that's basically it. That, and there's just so much more in Dwarf Fortress, so much more soul. Dwarf Fortress is less of a video game and more of a thing that you can experience over and over, whereas RimWorld just kind of feels like a video game. That's kind of what they did, though, in regards to employing people to make the vanilla expanded stuff. Like, they literally employed one of the guys that was working on that stuff. Oh, no, absolutely. I mean, like, and why wouldn't you, right? But, you know, I'm also a person who, a little bit about me. I don't stream video games on the internet to make all of the money, right? I stream video games on the internet because I think video games are really cool. I think video games are a really neat art form. And I think that there are games that need to be promoted, right? Initially, it was a social outlet for me and a form of stress relief. And now it's just I can actually, like, make a noticeable impact in other people's lives by streaming these games, right? Like, I'm in the credits for Jupiter Hell. And to quote the developer of it, it's because my frequent streams of that game throughout its development and since then patch day streams, were one of the things that kept them going when they were making literally no money and unable to pay themselves because of how little money that game was making during their early access period. And it's like, it's those kinds of things that keeps me streaming, right? It's not that I can make all of the money. If I wanted to be on Twitch to make all of the money, I'd be in a inflatable pool, like, I don't know, drawing people's names on my chest or something. I just don't give a shit. I pay my rent and I'm good. If I can make more money, that'd be awesome. But I'll live. Ooh, exactly. Wearing a bikini, exactly. Yeah, totally. And growing a beard. And chat's just like, but please though? So no chance of a pool stream then? No. I would rather cut my feet off. It's okay, Haas. There's plenty of people already making that kind of content that you could go watch if you want to. I don't have the legs for that? Yeah, you don't want to see my legs. No, I mean, realistically, if I wanted to make all of the money streaming, I would just be playing variety. I'd be playing variety, taking every single sponsored deal I could, and burn myself out, basically. But fortunately, I have an audience that supports me to play weird shit, so I'd rather play weird shit. I'd rather play Path of Akra. I'm still the only channel on Twitch to have streamed Path of Akra. If I got $1 for every single time I was offered a Raid Shadow Legends or a HelloFresh sponsorship, I probably would have made like $40 in this year. Maybe more, actually. Probably more. Path of what now? Path of Akra. Although you're usually asleep when I stream Path of Akra. Hold on, let me give you leakery doodles. It's free. So. Coming to Steam soon, probably for around $5, but I've told him to charge 10. 8 to 10 is what I've told him. That game. It's cool. I'm definitely not biased. I mean, it's almost like 2 of my videos are on the itch page. But no, like, cool game. Free is your favorite price? Yeah, no, totally. I mean, you can, I think, tip him some money for it. Should pasture those beak dogs. So they're not wandering around in places they shouldn't be. Took me a second to figure out what you meant by T and Z. There's also the fact that T and Z have known the Kickbox crew for a long time, and it's well known what they want. I mean, it's well known what they want because, like, Tarn has edited 2 books with Tanya. Like, I've been friends in the industry for, like, decades. Like, before she was captain at Kit Fox. Way before. You didn't realize many others had it on the Steam wishlist? I was pestering him to make a Steam page for it. Like, he's just like, I don't know if I need it yet. I'm like, nah, just get it up there. Just get it up there with, like, a release window. Just have it there so you can get wish lists. Oh, hold on. Let me scroll up. I totally missed it, Clown. People are worried about DF getting a bunch of early access style DLC, even ignoring the fact that someone would have to convince Tarn the actual reality is Kit Fox's recent big game had a known paid DLC coming, and they made enough money from their regular release that they made the DLC free for everyone. Yep. And Dwarf Fortress is going to do a hell of a lot better than that game, too. Well, I mean, like, another example of this is, like, Caves of Cud, right? Caves of Cud could do paid DLC. Or they could simply just make a Patreon and just, if they and like, as Unnormal has tweeted a couple times, he's just like, you know, if we get desperate for money, we could just make our patches Patreon exclusive for 6 months. And just make it cheap. Just make it like $3 a month. And then you get access to a beta branch where you get, like, a game. Oh, shit. Wow. Okay, that's kind of terrifying. We're going to trap that thing. We are absolutely going to trap that thing. The Forgotten Beast, Ocelot, has come. A huge, eyeless elephant. It has 3 long, hanging tails, and it squirms and fidgets, so it's just an elephant with 3 tails. I wonder if its tails are in its eyes. Anyway, its cobalt hair is short and even. Beware its webs.
Carlone territory.
Carlone territory? What, 60 months? Like the length or the amount of money? Reg, thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for 60 months! Cheers, dude. Appreciate you. That is horrifically terrifying, actually. Hundreds of hours in RimWorld, so he's a noob? Please, if you have less than 2,000 hours on RimWorld, you haven't even started. I mean, at the end of the day, if your friend likes playing RimWorld, let them play RimWorld. Right? Like, who cares? But, you know, worth recommending Dwarf Fortress. Similar appeal, but very different execution. I'm trying to think how we can do this. Wondering if it's worth trying to do a trap. Like, if a Forgotten Beast goes through a trap door, does it become claimed by enemy? Because if not, I could just do this with trap doors. Because I really want to catch this thing. He said he played before Steam. Oh, well, I mean, 700 hours on Steam. To give you an idea, I played a lot before it was on Steam. And I have about 3,000 hours on RimWorld on Steam. So I have easily 4,000 hours, 5,000 hours on RimWorld. So 700 hours on RimWorld for a big RimWorld player. That's newbie numbers. That's rookie numbers. Rookie season right here. But, I see, now that's a RimWorld player, Enfield. You know what's up. Has no clue what's going on screen. Doesn't have the patience to learn. Yeah, I mean, that's like the vast majority of people who want to play DF but don't play DF, right? That's pretty common, actually. You have 800 hours? Yeah, so you're a newbie. Okay, well. I'm going to turn on this burrow and find my stairway, wherever the fuck it is. Wherever the fuck it is. Right, I also built that, but this one. Just gonna wait until this elephant shows up. Then I'm gonna lock this. You have 1,550 hours? Okay. Yeah, I'll tell you this. I have more hours than that in Long Death. Like one fortress. Animal. The playlist of Long Death is longer than that. Just to put that in perspective. Waiting until this elephant shows up. Oh, there it is. Found it. This guy. All right, so what we're going to do to make up downstairs that go all the way to here. And downstairs there. That go all the way to here. And this that goes all the way to there. Going to build a... Man, I wish I had a door. Okay. Let's raise a bridge right here. And I'm going to need a lever for it, but we'll do that after. I can turn the burrow off as well. We're going to catch this critter. Wait, what? Oh, I thought I saw a dwarf on fire when I looked at that screen for a split second. I mean, I'll say this, Heartbroken Pinky. I don't like debating or discussing the differences between Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld because it's kind of like debating the differences between... like, I've been saying Checkers and Civilization. It's like, they're both fun games. They're both interesting games. They're both... Fuck. I've got a dwarf that's caught in the caverns, don't I? Well, F's for Iteb. Seems to have been kicked in the head. And the injured part collapses. So F's for Iteb. A curse on the food chain. Hold on. It's a manual entitled Curse on the... Course on the food chain, not curse. Okay. It concerns the links between diet. I wanted to know what was cursed about the food chain. You're going to flop off to beds? You flop off well. Sleep well, dude. Just get this going. I mean, I'm just joking around. Honestly, like, jokes aside, 200 hours in RimWorld, you're pretty much an expert. Like, realistically, 200 hours, yeah, you're pretty much an expert. You've learned as much as you actually need to know. I'm just like being a weird elitist. Cultural things put you off. DF is a game with where some players who like edgy bullshit. To which Tarn laughs nervously when asked about it and then patches the worst of it out. RimWorld seems to like its edginess that comes from Tom. Kind of excited to see how RimWorlds react to the slavery and torture and cannibalism being completely unthinkable to dwarves. I'm not curious about how they react. I just hope that it's just a non-thing. Like, I genuinely just kind of hope that it just isn't a thing that anybody really worries about or concerns themselves with. That's my hope, but maybe I'm too hopeful. But yeah, I try to dance around it, but I'll be honest with you, like that's part of the reason. That's one of the things that pushed me away from it eventually too, was just the belligerent, frequent, constant, unstoppable, unavoidable war crimes memes. It's like they've never been funny. They're never going to be funny, and I don't think jokes like that have a place in video games. But I don't know. Actually, let's put this one further back. You don't leave the room to be unsociable when it's played? Yeah, totally. You can do dark role-playing in Dwarf Fortress 2. I mean, like, it's just not as intentionally edgy, and it requires a lot of game knowledge, and it's not shoved in your face, right? Like, you can absolutely... Like, I had a fort not long ago where I was intentionally drowning dwarves and turning them into zombies. You haven't eaten dinner yet? Well, then you should eat dinner before you go to bed. So, like, you can absolutely do some pretty dark shit in Dwarf Fortress. It's just, in order to be able to do that, you need to know how to play the game really well. And it's more of a, like, oh, wow, you figured that out? And less of a, let's be edgy. Yes, literally. We did dark shit in Dwarf Fortress last week. I was drowning dwarves and making zombies. Because happy Halloween, motherfuckers. The vampire engine ideas floating over the internet recently. Are you already aware of this? I'm sorry, what? I beg your pardon, please elaborate? Well, I mean, like, here's something I think we as a community, Clino, and you as a community cultivator really need to work on, is if you see people starting to joke about child labor and child slavery, crush it. And that's like, I'm not even trying to be mean with that. Like, that's just a genuine opinion. Crush it. Destroy it. Do not let that become a joke. Do not let that become a meme. I just realized I trapped this dwarf in here. Whoops. Sorry there. When it becomes sprayed with holy water, the piston collapses, and then you spray with blood and the vampire reforms, therefore creating movements of the piston. I have no knowledge of what you're trying to explain to me. I'll be completely honest, I have no idea what you're talking about. I mean, it's an iFunny link. I don't know if I trust this. I mean, so there's no such thing as holy water in Dwarf Fort, so it wouldn't work. Yeah, I tend to agree with that. I mean, okay. This seems like something the internet would come up with, is my statement on that. Also, that drawing of that vampire kind of reminds me of the Count from Sesame Street. I have a question. How do you handle a dwarf necromancer? You got 2 of the books, but your last experience shows that undead arms and other parts are a lot of fun. What do you mean by handle it? Like, what do you do with them? Treat them like a normal dwarf. They only will resurrect things from the dead if they are panicked or actively in combat. So in order to make them resurrect stuff, they have to actively be in combat or panicked. Which means you kind of have nothing to worry about, really. They're just dwarves with weird hobbies. Well, you want to see vampires being useful in a novel way? I'll show you vampires being useful in a novel way. They don't need to eat or drink, right? Or sleep. So they're just working all the time, theoretically. So vampires let you make... this. Because you can have things just constantly pulling levers. Don't ask me how this works. I have no idea. I know it's a lot of drawbridges. Or floodgates, maybe? Anyway, that's what you can use vampires for in Dwarf Fortress. If you have too much fucking free time. So if you have too much free time and too much intelligence, if you rolled too high on your int scores when you were born, you too could create Armok invaders. Is that Space Invaders? Yes. That's not only that, but that's old. That's from like 6 years ago. To make a computer inside DF that plays DF? Well, based on how long it took for Dwarf Fortress to be developed, I would say probably a very, very, very long time, but what do I know? You should build a mermaid farm. I'm gonna just do this based on principle. Please don't take that bop personally. You should not make intentional or unintentional anti-Semitic jokes in my chat. No, okay, so now you laughed. I'm going to do it again. Just realize that if you make light of those, I will permanently ban you. Sure. But there's some things that I will not allow you to make fun of or tell me. Okay, so you're missing the context of why Toady got upset by it. I'm going to state again. Do not make anti-Semitic jokes in my chat. Whether intentional or unintentional. That's all I have to say. Apology accepted. Please note that Clino earlier stated, and I will quote this, cultural things that put me off about RimWorld. And Dwarf Fortress is a game where players who like to do edgy bullshit, to which Tarn laughs nervously and when asked about it, and then patches the worst of it out, hence making mermaids' bones less valuable. So just, please don't ask me to make that. Ever again. You hope that your dwarf necromancers don't panic in the next 4 weeks. You will let them fight the demons. Here's the thing, like, train them, make them into really good soldiers, and then send them into combat. It's hilarious. You'll have, like, a wall of friendly zombies and a wall of evil zombies, and they will fight each other in the middle. So you'll have, like, 3 fights going on at the same time, but your frame rate will fall over and explode at the same time. Yes, which is why I'm saying please don't take those bops personally. There's a reason I didn't ban you. I just simply deleted what you said. You don't know what we were talking about? It doesn't matter. Don't worry about it, Frog. What happened to this Demon Vampire engine? I don't know. To me, it just seems like something the internet would come up with. But I'm pretty certain it wouldn't work in Dwarf Fort. Right now, vampires in Dwarf Fortress are very, very useful as infinite lever pullers, though. Vampire Space Invaders is, in fact, the peak of Dwarf Fortress, though. You don't know what's going on? That's fine. Neither do I. How you doing, Play Banoosh? It's going pretty good. Sketchy, and yourself? Cost you a fortress a month ago. Dwarven necromancers and a were. Oh. Yeah, that'll do it. You don't want were creatures in your... Because then you'll have, like, undead were creatures, which... still turn into were creatures in the full moon, which you really don't want. Undead were creatures are terrifying. Although I did learn recently that you can curse enemies with undeadification. Undeadification? Also, I'm... if people are actually curious about the thing that I was bopping in chat for, you can DM me on Discord and I'll answer in a quick TLDR. I just don't want to say it out loud on stream. Undead wares? I've seen them before, yeah. I had a undead visitor show up, and then they turned into a were creature, which blew my freaking mind. To an undead tuft of orange oxen hair? I beg your fucking pardon? I'm sorry, what now? You lost a fortress to an undead tuft of orange oxen hair? You know, you could just punch them, right? Like, usually when I'm living in undead biomes or, like, resurrecting biomes, my butchers just simply step on them and they die. How did you lose a whole fortress to it? Like, just general panic and stress? That's whack. So, also when it comes to necromancers, a lot of people are terrified of them because they assume that they still play like they did previously. And by that, I mean, they used to be... They would just, like, walk over to the nearest dead body pile and resurrect everything as zombies, and none of them could be friendly. Oh, no, Krista. And none of them could be friendly. But now that they only do it when they're panicked, they're actually just perfectly normal dwarves with weirdly obsessive, strange hobbies. They, like, can't die. To a were-tortoise? I lost an entire fortress to were-cougars once. But it's been a long time since I've lost a fortress to a were-type creature. Much more frequently, I lose fortresses to, like, just sieges or boredom. It's usually boredom, or forgotten beasts, or demons. Or all of the above. Cat scratch fever. No, that's Jukebox Hero. Why am I, like, singing the wrong song? Or Dwarf Go Mad. Generally, Dwarf going... Honestly, since the last major patch, I don't think I've lost a fort to stress. Managing dwarves is so easy these days. Raticide. Raticide. I was thinking about you yesterday because there was a thing that was trending on Twitter yesterday, which was ratified. Because somebody tweeted randomly, hey, why would I pay Elon Musk $8 a month to be verified when I could just put a rat next to my name for free and be ratified. And so all of, or I don't know, like a couple 100,000 people have just put rat emojis in their name to protest against Twitter being stupid. It's like, who needs to be verified when I could just be a rat? Ratification! Which I found very amusing. Which is funny, because I'm actually skullified. I have a skull emoji next to my Twitter handle. I put it there for Halloween one year, and then just kind of never got rid of it. Oh. We've got a live Dwarf Fortress tweet from Kid Fox. Bug report from Rose, November 3rd, 2022. A dwarf expedition leader is hoarding rhinoceros intestines and lungs and meat in their bedroom, and Tarn says it's a new manifestation of an old property bug. Poor rhino. You know what's funny is I have dwarves that hoard strawberries in one of my forts. Huh. I didn't realize that was a bug. I thought they just really like strawberries. Anyway, just a weird hobby. Just a weird hobby. You know, just a weird hobby. Everyone likes strawberries. I know, me too. We make strawberry wine. It's very popular. The dwarves love it. And they don't rot, too. They don't cause me asthma. Which is great. How is it a bug? I don't know. Maybe it's because it's just all rhinos? I don't know. You've seen people hoard on TV? It's very popular on TV, in fact. Unfortunately. Change it from the bug to... you know, honestly, I think hoarding rhino intestines is a feature. In fact, that's going to be my quote tweet. Actually, I'm going to unretweet that and quote tweet. I, for one, think hoarding rhino intestines is a feature. All hail the holy undead rhino skin. I really hope that they just start posting bug reports from now until release date. And before canceled by PETA. I mean, don't tell them about all the puppies that we've been living off of in this fortress, okay? Or about the dwarf that I, like, kind of left to die to the giant eyeless elephant. Or the eyeless elephant that I'm currently working on trapping in my fortress. You know, because I want to use it to make clothing. Because it shoots webs. We need to memorialize this body. The dwarves know what happened. Also, Legends will be in the Steam release, yes. There's a chance that we will see that in Fortress mode, or is it still need of abandoned? I'm assuming you will still need to retire for it, yeah. Your actual world is full of undeads. Most visitors are necromancers, and there was a fight with them in the tavern between two dwarves and one guest. Panic and revived the tea. After half an hour, 100 dwarves died. Great. I don't think that Clino can probably quote help me figure this one out. Necromancers are not supposed to just show up as visitors, right? They're supposed to disguise their identity at the very least. So I hope that bug got fixed. I hope. Genuinely. That would be nice. I'll say that. But game savings name. You hate the current thing. You turn necromancers off in advanced world gen, which sucks because adventure like for me, I think necromancers should be like the weird big bad that hides in their towers, and they really shouldn't be showing up in your taverns as visitors. As cool as they can be, and as fun of like interactions as they can cause, they shouldn't be showing up as guests, like at all. But yeah, Legends will be in Steam release. They're going to have tabs, hyperlinks, and I think favorites. There was a demo of it at PAX. There's a lot of things getting added to Legends that I'm excited about. And I can't wait. I'll let you until you engrave the memorial here. The game is too complicated. I'll be what? And they can't be arsed to what? You're just waiting for all the negative saying the game is too complicated and they can't be arsed to read the wiki. You know it's gonna have a tutorial, right? Also, that's not gonna happen. And I can tell you for a fact as to why that's not gonna happen. There might be like the occasional I got confused review, right? But there isn't gonna be a lot of them. And the reason I can say that is this. Well, actually this is a bad example because it's free. This is the example. If there's a lot of very positive reviews on a game, do you have cat on keyboard problem, Casey? If you have a lot of very positive reviews on a game, it doesn't matter how complicated the game is, because once you've purchased a game and you can see that so many other people are having fun with it, it develops a sense of FOMO. One of the biggest problems that Dwarf Fortress has had for the last 20 years is when you decide, I'm going to go try and play Dwarf Fortress. You know what you're graded with? Not a Steam page with a nice description and a bunch of positive reviews. You're graded with whatever the fuck this is. And as much as I love this website, infinitely scrolling blogs are very 2003. Okay? This is the problem. Is that, do I click that? Turns out you do, right? And we are moving progressively into an era of, oh, people don't go download free games from random websites anymore. That era is very gone. You started playing DF in 2003, totally fair. But that era is very gone. You know, that the era of let's go onto weird, sketchy-looking websites. Now people are like, oh no, am I going to get a virus? And other various things. So that's Dwarf Fortress's biggest battle, is overcoming the problem of it doesn't look like a video game to people who aren't used to that kind of thing, right? So is it necessarily... are people going to constantly be popping into Steam on Premium and being like, oh, this game's too complicated? I don't think so. Because I have a feeling day one are going to be people that have been waiting for the game for a very, very, very long time. And those people probably have at least an inkling of what they're getting into. They've probably played RimWorld. They've probably played at least maybe a Paradox game or Civilization, which, let's be honest, is no more difficult to learn than Dwarf Fortress. It's just Civilization holds you and gently caresses your nutsack while it's teaching you to play it. Whereas Dwarf Fortress doesn't do that. Dwarf Fortress just punches you in the face repeatedly and says, learn it, you idiot! And people aren't used to that kind of learning curve in games anymore. And that's fine. Or, you know, maybe they've played Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. Or maybe they've played Caves of Cud. Maybe they've played, I don't know, DCS or Escape from Tarkov. People are used to complicated, difficult games. They're just not used to the process of acquiring Dwarf Fortress the way you acquire Dwarf Fortress. So I actually very much disagree with the concept of, oh, there's going to be people that are going to be mad because it doesn't play like a modern video game. I don't think that matters that much. Yeah, I mean, once you give the game mouse control and you give it a tutorial, and I know that like there's always people in my chat that are just like, oh, you think people are going to read tutorials? It doesn't matter, really, because if you're the kind of person who doesn't read tutorials, then you know what you did. And if you do get confused, the tutorial's still there, right? Or you can go read the wiki, or you can go ask for help on a Discord server. People are, like, genuinely, you need to give people benefit of the doubt. Learning Dota is harder than learning Dwarf Fortress. No, the official title is just Dwarf Fortress. Outside of, I think Classic might maintain the old title, but the official title is Dwarf Fortress. You know, actually, it's kind of funny. For ages, Dalitha, the Twitch directory was Slaves to Armok, Chapter 2, God of Blood, Dwarf Fortress, or whatever the fuck. And when they made the change to Indie Game DB and changed it to just Dwarf Fortress, my search, the views that I got from searches on Twitch went up like 500%. Which is very funny to me. Which isn't a lot. It went from like 3 to like 300 a month, but investments are open if people care. DF the network team mails and downloads. One colleague downloaded Dwarf Fortress on his working notebook. 5 minutes later, the network team mails, "Why is he downloading Trojans and he should be better?" Yeah. I mean, like, one of my favorite quotes from Tarn ever is actually something that I asked him before any of you guys had heard of me. In 2019 at PAX, before the pandemic, before the world ended twice, at PAX 2019, I asked him, I was like, "What's the most common bug report you get?" And he just kind of like looked up in the air for a second and then looked at Zach and then just looked back at me and he says, "So when you download Dwarf Fortress, it's a zip file, yeah?" I'm like, "Yeah." And he goes, "Error 20 is what happens when you try and launch it from within the zip file without extracting it, is the most common error they get. And the second most common error report that they get is what happens when you only extract the exe and try and run it." So just like yes, Steam should help. Like, Steam will help. And then you're telling people, "Oh, also now you need to like go into the init files and edit a text document for your settings menu," and you've lost like 90% of people who want to play the game. There goes your audience base right there. It's gone. I'm just sitting here waiting for Dwarf to dig this goddamn tunnel. Come on, guys, get her done. Edit a text file. Oh my god, the humanity! But once this is done, then we can get the whole thing patterned up. Actually, let's check the top side. Let's go up here. That. Pop in a floor hatch. Unsuspend that? See if they suspend that door again. Put a door back here. Put a raising bridge right there. And that's our trap. The worst thing is that DF kind of works in modern Windows from a zip file. All kinds of weird bugs and your game never saves. Wait, really? Bad. Hold on, I need to test that at some point. Really now? Okay, that's wild. I didn't actually know that. Time to experiment. Somebody go download Dwarf Fortress and try launching it out of your zip file. Do it. See what happens. Do it for science. Somebody be our guinea pig here, chat room. That's wild. I didn't actually know that. But yeah, no, I do genuinely think that there will be significantly less problems. I mean, it's certainly not a WinRAR feature, because believe it or not, I use WinRAR because I'm a cretin. Did I pay for WinRAR? Fuck no. It states in the WinRAR thing that you need to that's for what's it called? Corporate use only. Last I checked, I'm not using it for corporate uses. No reason for me to pay for corporate software. Tax evasion? I'm not corporate. What? Although there is one thing that I do genuinely respect WinRAR for, and that's if you purchase WinRAR, you can request it in any format in a hard copy for personal backup reasons. And LGR, Lazy Game Reviews, requested it on floppy for Windows 3.1. And they sent it to him. Respect. Hard respect. That's phenomenal. It only doesn't work because it gives you an SDL .dll error. Aww. I don't believe I've ever streamed a WinRAR unzip. But you know, honestly, if they send me an email and threaten me with a lawsuit, I will buy a copy of RAR. On magnetic tape. Good luck, Kodiak. I want it on cassette. Code on Stone tablet. I don't think that is a usable format for computer. It has to be like an actual computer format. Betamax? Exactly. There you go. I want it on Laserdisc. Hold on. Let me see if I can find this guy. Yes, this video. LGR blurbs. Yeah. Look at that. Fucking look at that. And so obviously he runs it on a tiny monitor because, you know, just fucking look at that. Anyway, I'll link the video if you want to hear LGR talk. Fantastic dude. I respect the hell out of that guy. Some software used to come on vinyl records. Yeah, I've seen that before and stuff like that. Mostly in YouTube videos. So we're at war with like, oh, did they not get my address? I guess we'll go smack them again. We're gonna raid these guys, and instead of raiding, we're gonna openly attack. Actually, let's pillage instead, because I just want them to go after me. No. I can type P. Never mind. I can read G. There you go. Not P for pillage. Duh. You used to get all your games on cassettes when you were a kid? I am too young for that. I was born in 94. Making friends? I want to burn them in my cool pyramid. For long-term data storage? You worked at Hewlett-Packard? Really? Cool, that's cool. 85? Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. People think that I'm older than I am because it's like all of like my games that I played growing up were like early 90s, and like in like 2004 or 5 I was playing ADOM and stuff like that. But that's just because I didn't have internet, and the games that I played were games that I could fit on my MP3 player and take home and plug into my computer. Like, one of my favorite stories of video game theft that I like to tell people about me is that I downloaded a very much not legal copy of Halo Combat Evolved at a friend's house, and it took me 6 weeks of filling up my 512 megabyte MP3 player, riding my bike home, loading it onto my computer. A couple days later, ride back, filling up the MP3 player, riding home, plug it into the computer, copying the files over. A couple days later, I would go, because I didn't want my parents to know, so I couldn't like just go back and forth a whole bunch in one day, because that would give it away. That's awesome, Frog. Tells you it's a bad idea to run it compressed, and tells you if you want to and asks you if you want to extract it. Yeah, it won't launch for you on Windows 11. You're on Windows 11? Wow. me on Windows 10 because my my CPU doesn't support it. Feels bad. Or maybe good? I don't know. I don't think I'm missing much. $32 floppy disks. Wow. That's, that's a lot of floppies. But, you know, I've since paid for a legal copy of Halo and don't feel bad about it. Although one of my favorite piracy stories actually is Jupiter Hell's developer in my chat being like, he actually really mad because there's somebody on a certain piracy website that really likes his game, and it took him 8 months once to update a patch to the point where he pirated his own game and uploaded it. He literally put his own game on Pirate Bay because they were because the pirates were too slow. He's like, "Come on, you guys have one job and it's steal my shit. What the fuck?" Also, when I went to PAX in 2019, and Victoria, when she was still at KitFox, said that she got a complaint from somebody on the Steam forums stating that they would pirate Dwarf Fortress because the game should always be free. And the concept of pirating Dwarf Fortress is the funniest fucking thing I've ever heard. Ooh, we got a crafts dwarf that's been possessed. Currently standing on a pile of animal meat. Also, it's really nice to know from that tweet that KitFox just put out that Rose is one of the people. I'm assuming it's Rose is one of the people. Is one of the people doing bug fixing, which means that maybe modders have it? Also, that's not good. That's very Bernie. Well, I mean, the tweet states bug report from Rose. So I'm assuming it's that Rose. I don't know any other Roses. Except for my mom. Her name's Rosie, but that's Rosie, not Rose. Anyway, calm down there, Bernie Cinders. Either get it from their school library or pirate that shit. I wanted the hard copies, so I bought them. Fight me. Also, they were a tax deduction. I considered it business research. Literally, I've already deducted them. That was on last year's taxes. Anyway, I don't really have an easy way to fight this. But anyway, the Hill Titan, Bustusum, Spondusto, Otpu has come. A towering scaly mole. It has large mandibles and an austere look about it. Its light brown scales are small and set far apart. Beware its fire. I don't... Something about mammals with mandibles is creepy. Yeah, no, I agree. I don't think lava will kill this. It might. I don't actually know. All right. Is there any casualties nearby? Dwarves nearby? Where's my fort? What direction are we on? Okay, so it's like up at the top. It's on the top of the hill. Top of the morning, dear mole. No, that's what I want. That bridge. I may end up accidentally rocketing some of my dwarves into lava, but worth. Let's watch this critter. This is now priority numero uno. The red M. Where are you reading this potential misinformation? Wasn't, like, I seem to recall their cut being stated to be 10%, but I can't remember exactly. Well, I mean, that's not misinformation. That's just speculation, which is usually wrong. Okay. Run away from the red M. Long story short, I'm going to try and trap it in my cage area. And then just not worry about it for a little bit. Although, my squad isn't here right now, which is part of the reason I'm concerned. Currently, my squads are fighting goblins. Or my main squad is. So, Steam's cut is 30%. And I don't know what Kit Fox's cut is. But if you're saying adding the two of them together is bigger than 50%, I mean, maybe. That seems a bit high to me, but... That's not the guess. That's not the number I would jump to. Oh, no, you're still down there. That's not what I wanted. I want you. I think it might make it into the fort. Oh, it turned around. It turned back. Oh. That was not the direction. Okay, well, that answers the question of whether or not it's, lava soluble. But can it get out? Can it climb glass walls? I've just trapped it in here, by the way. So we just won. Because I just trapped it in here. Well, actually, I should leave the red door shut. So it can't come in. and open the back door until I can trap this as well. Maybe I can make a fire turret. Because I don't think it can get out of there. Yes, but can they climb them, Kodiak? Yeah, the problem is right now we can't leave the fort via the magma mode. We're also stuck inside the fort. Let's... Okay, so chat, I have a question. What do you guys want me to prioritize? Do I prioritize getting the Forgotten Beast set up so that it can make us infinite silk, or do I prioritize the fire-spitting Hill Titan mole in my moat? I mean, it's technically still outdoors. We've got a bit of a mole infestation, guys. Okay, so prioritize the fire-spitting mole. Got it. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. And I actually have an extraordinarily easy way of doing this. I can just block this off. No, actually, I can't. No, I can. I can block this off, right? So I can block this off right here. And then what I can do is I can make a trapdoor that goes up to here. Or maybe not up to here, but like over to here. And stick it in here, and when it walks in there, lock the door behind it. That's what I can do. Encase the mole? I mean, we could do that, but then I wouldn't have a mole. I mean... Actually, no, because... So here's an issue with that. This is 6 of 7s, and it's only 1 Z level beneath this, which means all of the towers wouldn't be able to be filled, so it theoretically could do that. But I'd rather enslave the thing. If given the option, I would much rather enslave the thing. And currently we have the option, so why not take the option? So what I'm thinking is we... dig up here. Dig over here. Downstairs. Upstairs. Across to here. Over here. We're gonna have to sacrifice a cat, though. Or something. Something cute and cuddly, probably. Actually, we'll do it this way. We'll do it here. Let's just let them dig this. Come on. I can hit buttons. So we'll let them dig up to here. We will... Ooh, can I do the... The question just remains, can I do this without A, crushing it, and B, letting it shoot fireballs at me? Can I do this without it killing me? It can't get out of there. I know that much. It's stuck in there. Well, fucking, we'll try it. Oh my god, what's its name? Bustusum Sinkripe the Hoary. What? It just combusted. Well, there goes that plan. They say that there is great creatures in the moat, but actually it's just a very effective moat, apparently. Yeah, it's... Welp. Guess we can put the bridge down. Time to go back to plan A. Huh. It's dead. I mean, it was a fire-spitting mole. What is my plans for this fortress? I'm currently trying to enslave a multi-tailed eyeless elephant that shoots webs. What are my plans for this fortress? Apparently we have a glass furnace mood happening. As for my plans for this fortress, I'm not entirely sure. I'm just building a giant glass pyramid and fucking around with lava, having fun. Also, my dwarves have returned from their attempt at raiding goblins. The dwarf Tekket General Grub led the attack, and the defenders were led by the goblin Snodub, malign prisons. Tekket General Grub outmatched the goblin with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. Assuming the fight will go just fine, goblin struck down, good. Goblin was beaten up. Goblin was ripped apart. Good. Goblin was struck down. Perfect. I'm sorry, what? I just realized that the name of this place that we're attacking is called Werecankers. That's a disturbing name for a thing in Dwarford. Anyway, check. Can we get some S for the fire-breathing mole? Because good lord. Good laddie. Laddie me. This seems to be going pretty good. Yes. Werecankers. F for the blinking M. It's like Boney M's cover band. Well, we stole a bunch of shit. But yeah, no, this is the plan for the fort. Is we built this thing with these giant glass towers in it full of lava, and now I'm building it into a giant glass pyramid, but it's taking time because things take time in Dwarfort. And there is a web-spitting elephant in the basement that I'm trying to enslave. So several things is what we're working on. Did I make 2? I think I did. Help. Also, if anybody is wondering, no, I'm not using DF Hack, and no, I'm not using DF Therapist. This is all entirely vanilla. Aside from the tile set. You're going to lurk and listen, packing boxes to move to a new place? Well, happy moving. Safe travels. Hopefully it's for good reasons and not bad reasons. Also, I just want to shout out the person on this Twitter thread who said, follow Blind IRL and Krug Smash. when they're just like, what's your advice to new players? It's like, follow me and Krugs. Yeah, that's good advice. That was you? Well, thank you. Shout-outs to you. That's how you found me here? Well, neat. Twitter does work sometimes. Yeah, is everybody... They're not even in the burrow anymore. They're all just socializing. Oh, geez, and there's a ghost in the middle. He is gelded. This ghost doesn't have much time left, though. It's going to disappear soon. Wonder how they feel about this. Was fondness when speaking with an acquaintance. Doesn't seem to mind the fact that there's a ghost underneath him. Seems like a pretty chill ghost, actually. Kind of hanging out. See if anybody's actually scared by it. Uneasy after being unable to prey on his unexciting life. Wait, you feel like you've been leading an unexciting life? Alright, well, join the military then. We'll fix that. Go live an exciting life then. More power to you. Hello, Retcher. Squarity. Thank you very much for the raid. Chat, can I get a round of beers? Although you already did that. We keep the friendly ghost? Do you want me to keep the friendly ghost? We can have a ghost hanging around. I don't care. I haven't seen a single dwarf get scared of it yet, though. Can we practice martial art? We can fix that. Sure, why not? Let's keep this ghost. See if it does anything bad. We'll watch it for a little bit, see what happens. So there's like a dozen different kinds of ghosts, and they all have different personality traits, and one of them is essentially like a confused ghost that doesn't know that they're dead. And ghosts that don't know that they're dead don't scare other dwarves. Some dwarves get spooked by them, but generally they don't. And they usually just kind of hang around the tavern and eventually just make friends with all the dwarves. So if you like look at the dwarves and notice that they're not getting scared by them, and like none of these dwarves seem to notice or care. Oh, there you go. There's somebody. Frightened after being haunted by a dead spouse. So the spouse of this dwarf, Ezem, is witnessing her dead spouse. But if you get over it, there is a chance that they might just talk and hang out. I mean, we could leave them around and see what happens. But we'll see. We'll see if that dwarf starts to if that ghost starts to cause trouble. We'll get rid of it. But also, to Retro Squaredy, what were you up to today, if I can ask? What were you doing on the internet? I hope that you had a good stream. And thank you very much for sending people over here. We play way too much Dwarf Fortress here, generally. But we're currently in the process of trying to imprison a giant eyeless elephant that shoots webs. Is the current mode of operations here. Or the current priority operation. So this be linked to that bridge. Let's jump back up here. And go over here. Unforbid that. Okay. It's hooked up to one already. Let's get it hooked up to the other. We can test it too. We'll follow this dwarf. I don't remember who it was, but someone on YouTube claimed that they had an evil weather zombie fisher dwarf that continued to fish for them after being turned. So I haven't had that, but I had a military dwarf that died in a fight, and I didn't replace them in the squad, and I sent the squad out almost immediately to go fight. The goblins that just invaded me. The dwarf spawned, grabbed a sword, and followed the squad. Like, came back as a ghost and followed the squad. And showed up in the combat logs, came back with loot and the sword, and then proceeded to train with the squad. And I assume this was a bug. I guarantee you that this was a bug. I could still assign jobs to it and was able to send it out a couple of times alongside of the squads until one day it just disappeared and never reappeared. It just like went off on a fight and then never came back. Kogan, the crafts dwarf, has created Arbandarud, not Lith Iden, a green glass earring, not crass, green glass earring, and claims it as a family heirloom. This is a green glass earring named Candle Climate the Ruined Puddle. It is all crafts dwarfship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval clear garnet cabochons and studded with steel, and encircled with bands of round green glass cabochons, iron, and rectangular schist cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of green glass, and schist, and diorite, and menaces with spikes of green glass. On the item is an image of dwarves in schist. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Stonewater by the Scorching Lobster of the Rim of Savants of the early spring of 241. My time is not yet done. Yeah, no, it was a neat story thing, but like I'm convinced it was a bug. They're not supposed to operate like that. You're not supposed to be able to command ghosts. But maybe neat feature for like future villain arc, you know? The dwarf needed to calm down. That was one long description. I mean, it's not that long. All the ones you've had are either super violent or just make dwarves sad and freaked out. That might be the case for this one. I mean, he's probably going to traumatize his spouse. Like, this dwarf's just constantly frightened. But if this dwarf can get over it, we could just have this dwarf hanging out. Because, like, this dwarf seems to only be haunting its spouse. Doesn't seem to be violent. He seems to just be haunting the spouse. So if we can just, like, get this dwarf to, like, not really care about anything anymore and just be completely immune to it, we could totally just have a ghost hanging around. But yeah, it's the vengeful haunts that you want to avoid. Pull the lever and make sure it does the thing I need it to do. Buds have been consumed. Ta-ta all. You have a good night, animals. Sleep well, dude. Sweet, it works. I'm not sure how there's a warning there. Oh, wait, I see what you're trying to say. She's still frightened of me. Although, if I was an undead dwarf, I too would just hang out in the tavern and unintentionally haunt people. Okay, so we're just going to wait for that. We're going to carve all of these fortifications. And then we're going to dig around this thing and seal her in. This has been a fun day in this fort, though, I gotta say. Of course. Pandine. Why wouldn't I? That's like asking somebody, would you say no to possibly the biggest stream growth opportunity of all time? Of course I wouldn't. What? Is that even a question? You know, somebody just commented on one of my videos. Looks like Zach and Tarn are getting $1 million for Christmas. Respect that. Virtue, long time, man.
Hey, Booty.
Good, just booty? What? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the full year of sub. Finally. Good to see you still around. How's things been, man? That's the plan. I mean, Renfield, actually, the plan for Long Death is to literally just make it into like what Farlands or Bust is for Minecraft, where it's this weird, out-of-date, old version of the game that no one really plays anymore, but at the same time is kind of a community icon. That's my goal. I want it to be a version of, like, just, I want it to continue to exist just as it does. And that's my intention for it and my hope for it. But I hope that there's enough people creating stuff for Dwarf Fortress that I can make it into like either a weekly or monthly show, maybe even on an off day that I don't normally stream, where I like just talk about Dwarf Fortress while also playing Long Death in the background. I mean, maybe I'll even like do that with the Bay 12 talks at times. Like I have ideas. It's just Long Death is going to become something different than it is currently. Like I've said many times, and like as people have commented about it at this point, is Long Death has almost become a like weird solo podcast anyway already. Might as well just jump the rest of the gun and just make it into what it is, you know? Working a little to keep busy. Oh, that's good, man. It's good to see you still around. You know? Good to see you still around. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm just building a room that I can trap this thing in. Problem's going to be timing. But how's you like the past year been or whatever? It's been a while. I mean, how long has it been? Gosh. Been a really long time. God. Been like 3-4 months. Seems like. But yeah, release date for Dwarf Fort now. Which is good times. Trying to stay sane. Hang in there for the, final stretch. Getting there, no work to see me sleeping more and generally unable to catch streams as often. I'll say, dude, like, sleeping is good, so you should be. So, good for you. What does the blue S on the side of the monitor mean? That means that squads are training, and the red C means that there's combat happening. The green H means that a dwarf is hunting. And if you press R, it'll show you this, because it is color coordinated. So there are blue dwarves sparring, there's red stuff fighting, and then there's A mason is hunting. That's what that means. In premium, it'll just be like a little notification. All right, so that's hooked up. We could do this. We can. So chat, it is time for us to attempt releasing this thing. So who's the brave dwarf that's going to dig into where this elephant is hiding? No problem, 84. And you never knew about that until today? Did you also know that on this side of the screen right here, if I... well. Did you know this tiny little glyph up here, right above the 4, and right next to the 8, that is a moon? And changes depending on the size of the moon? And when it's a 0, it means where creatures can spawn on your map. Because it's a full moon. Like, you can follow the moon phase up there. That's my favorite random factoid to tell people. You learned that literally yesterday? I've been telling people that for years, and it always shocks somebody. Another thing that people don't seem to realize is if you hit I, you know how you can, like, make zones, right? In a square. Or in a square. If you hit E, and then plus and minus, it's a fill. And if you hit E again, you can make a floor fill, where it only fills to the walls, and only fills the floors instead of all the way up to the walls for zones. That's something that took me way longer to learn than it should have. Like, I played this game for like a decade before I learned that. And then it's just, I randomly saw somebody doing it on a stream, and I was like, what the fuck did you just do? How? Explain. I was pissed. There's also a hotkey combination to speed up the frame rate, but that can cause bugs. It's like Control plus on the keyboard raises the frame rate cap, but it can cause some really strange issues. So now the question is, chat, do you guys think that Dastot will make it out of this setup alive, or do you think Dastot's going to die here? Can you assign multiple zones? Yeah, you can assign multiple meeting areas to the same meeting area, so you can have like a tavern that's split in 2 places. Ikea is fighting with a dwarven child. Well, kid's dead. Run away, dwarf. Run away. Run. 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 Just don't you dare pick up a fucking boulder. All right, Asslot is running towards the hole in the wall. Asslot. A-S-Lot. Aslot. It's like Aslan, but less landy and more lotty. I mean, the Asslot is like the discount version of the Aslan, who is a shitty stand-in for God in a series of children's books. Why did the elephant turn around? Buddy, the dwarves are that way. There's no food down here. Go up'ems. Also, I'm really disappointed, because in this fort, I saw my first ever cave dragon, and it walked off the side of the map, and it hasn't come back. So sad. But yeah, no, honestly, to anybody tuning in, if you're brand new and you're going, is this going to be a good place to watch the Steam version when it comes out? Yes. I'm just saying. Smile. And then the second question is usually, and will you get it early? Fuck me, I hope so. All right. Let's. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, 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 no. You turn around, you big stupid. Oh my God, you're why? Okay, 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 okay. Oh, why did he fucking turn around again? I didn't. Forgotten Beast confuses me. He's locked in here though. A really dumb Forgotten Beast, by the way. All right. Come on, you bubble elephant. Got 3 doors to go through. I just need to close the doors. Close it. 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 Come on, dwarves. You only got so much time before he knocks down the doors. Okay, who's pulling the fucking lever? You guys are giving me anxiety. Urvad is pulling the lever. Walk faster, Urvad. You got one job. Close it. Close it. Close it. Close it. Close it. Come on, 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 come on. We're on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays here. Just a heads up. So the next stream that I will be doing here will be Tuesday. I will be working on YouTube stuff over the weekend. Although there is the odd time where I do bonus streams. But when Premium launches, I will be streaming a lot. But keep in mind, it's like a weirdly short streaming schedule. However, I stream like 12 to 14 hours on the days I stream. So I'm on like all day. All right, so we've caught ourselves an elephant. For those of you who missed it at the beginning, a huge eyeless elephant. It has 3 long, hanging tails, and it squirms and fidgets. Its cobalt hair is short and even. Beware its webs. Now let's see if this part works, the other fun part. We got this doggy here, right? Let's pull this lever. Also, I can release the dwarves. And turn my squads back on. So now we wait for a dwarf to come down here and release and lower these drawbridges and see if it works. And by works, I mean, let's see if it shoots webs at this doggy. Also, investments are open chat room if you want to invest your tickets. Please work. You know, I could probably just unlock these doors for it. Here, buddy. You can move through these doors if you insist. Let's also make them pet passable as a formality. Ah, come on. Elephant is scared of dog. Clearly. Maybe he's too far away? I just don't want to crush dog. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Excellent. It works! I just need the doggy to move forward. All right, doggy, move up. All right, forward. Forward. Forward, pupper! Blah, blah, blah. Yep. Uppums. Why are we webbing doggo? Free, very valuable silk. Specifically, Aslot's Pulp Mine's Forgotten Beast Silk Web, which can be made into Aslot Pulp Mine Forgotten Beast Silk thread, which can then be made into Aslot's Pulp Mine's Forgotten Beast Silk clothing. And the brand of Aslot's Pulp Mine Forgotten Beast clothing will be very valuable boon for our dwarves, and they will love it. I just need this stupid dog to walk forward. You know, that has to be one of the most iconic sounds that no one wants to talk about, Diamond. Didn't Evil Trick have that on a on his soundboard at one point? I think he did, didn't he? I'm like certain that he had that on his soundboard at some point. All right, well, we can just leave this here for a bit and then just check in. Patent pending. Yes, we're definitely patent pending on Aslot's brand Forgotten Beast Silk cloth. Copyright Urist McGee on made by Urist Clothing Productions and Urist Silkworks. Now you too can. And also, by the way, this exact same system also works with giant cave spiders or forgotten beasts or anything that has webs. So you can very easily set up your own web factories like that. Web factory. Also coming to some adult TV network, probably. It probably already exists. Do not Google web factory. We got ass lots of silk now. Anyway, that was a fun side project. Let's get back to building the glass pyramid. Seems innocent enough. I mean, probably. Silkworms are, in fact, a thing. Yeah. You know, it kind of bothers me that silkworms aren't a thing in DF. It genuinely kind of bothers me. Literally just going in circles. It's sort of like what was it, Frog for Hire? Or was it you that kept on accidentally ending up on Digital Playground while trying to find other things? Which is definitely a porn site. I seem to recall you talking about that in chat at one point. Assuming Frog for Hire is listening right now. It was somebody. Being horrified by the results. Yeah. No, it was not you? Okay. But you have ended up in the strange place of accident? Okay. Somebody was searching for some sort of, like, server-grade software and was kept on ending on Digital Playground. Could have looked up Digital Underground and and did the Humpty. God, I haven't thought about Digital Underground in a minute. That's some 90s ass rap right there. Hip hop? I don't even. How big is that fall? What, from the top of this? It's not the distance that's the problem. It's what's at the bottom. So I've been busy. So this is a pit of lava that's filled with these 3 towers, right? And these 3 towers have 14 pumps on each level that go all the way up to the top here. And at the top, we have glass floodgates that go all the way around the edge, right? And it's full of lava, right? And if I turn the whole system on, it's actively pumping. And so when you walk in, we raise up the yellow drawbridges in the middle, except for the one on the far right. And then we lock you in, and then we raise up the green ones with people trapped on each of the walkways. And then I turn on the pumps and open the floodgates, and you get roasted, assuming you didn't get launched by the bridges way high up and then landed on my walkways and then walked into my fortress, because that would be unfortunate for me, which has happened a couple of times. So that's the problem with the setup. So the idea right now is we're building a roof on it in the form of a giant glass pyramid, and then we're going to build the towers around the edges up to the top of the pyramid too. So instead of like flying up above the pyramid and then backing down into the lava, they fly up, smack into the ceiling, hopefully take damage, and then back down into the lava. So it's like insult to injury. That's what this thing is. But this isn't the dumbest construction I've had. I think the actual dumbest thing that I've built in this map would be this, which is just like a giant lake of lava, because volcanoes in Dwarf Fortress are boring. So I made it interesting. Like, honestly, volcanoes in Dwarf Fortress are way too tiny and like nowhere near exciting enough. So I was like, why don't we just like make a lake? It's injury before you're like meltification, if meltification is a word. And if it's not, fuck it, I'll make it one. Add it to the Urban Dictionary. Means melting in a pit of lava in Blind IRL's fortress. Yes. It's the only way to truly go melty, burn, thwacky. You get a concussion followed by evisceration in pool of lava. In that order. Can you sell a bucket with spicy water? I've never tried to fill buckets with spicy water. I know you can fill minecarts with spicy water. I don't know about buckets. I've never tried. I fear that like they'd probably dump it out. Also, for those of you who haven't been around in a while, we call lava spicy water in this channel. So if you hear spicy water, we're talking about lava. You were thinking of vodka? I do have a bottle of vodka in my fridge. Oh, also, very good news, everybody. Ultima Ratio Regum is getting its first update in like a year and a half. Can't wait to mess around with that again. That's always a fun like couple hours of fiddling with such a weird video game. There's a link to the blog post if you want it. Also, that's weird. Opened up Twitter and I actually got good news. There's a video of some dude punching a kid in the head. And the title said, "Man punches 12-year-old in head, gets 7 years in prison." Good. Rare to open up Twitter and see good news. Okay, whose ghost is that? I wonder, how's your spouse holding up? Okay, so chat, do I deal with this ghost? This dwarf is getting real upset about this ghost. generally seems to be a very happy dwarf otherwise. Having ghosts around is fun, but this dwarf's real upset about this. Spice buckets of chipotle sauce. I think that chipotle sauce is the wrong consistency to be water, but who are you gonna call? Norstaters. Hey Norstat. Or slab makers, actually. Well, there is a room with a dog and a giant elephant. Yes, this is true. All right, well. Also, by the way, my favorite copy, or my favorite name of a book in this fortress is The Wizard's Guide to Probing, by the way. We have a first edition, potentially, copy of A Wizard's Guide to Probing. Which is a very good name for a book. We're going to see how the elephant's doing. You haven't webbed enough, Ellie. Come on, elephantals. I just don't want to... Science is magic? Uh-huh. Or witchcraft, depending on what era of life you're from. Oh, no. That's all I have to say to that, Diamond. Speaking of forgetting to eat, it's 4:30 p.m. and I haven't had lunch yet. Should I go have lunch? What do you think, Chad? Today's just been exciting. Too much stuff's been happening. Fort's been crazy today. Chad, are you guys okay with chilling with some records for a little bit? Lunch break? That's like Shark Week. Time for snacky? Yeah, me think so. So, chat, I'm going to save the game. When I come back, we're going to reload and continue playing the game, though. So, we'll just keep playing the same save. I'm going to take a 10-minute break, and I'm going to stretch, and I'm going to get me a sandwich, and I'm going to eat it, and it's going to be delicious. So, I'm not going to leave you guys with nothing to do, though.